Hey everyone, welcome to Sunday Night Geekery. And I'm not on mute, which is good because I've been doing that the last few times. So hopefully people can hear me. I want to welcome a very special guest tonight, Gary from Pop Culture Minefield. Amazing
Who is
comic book
muted, by
artist.
the way.
No, I'm not.
No,
You are.
he's just doing that to F with us. Yeah.
Oops.
But hail to everyone in the chat. We'll say hi to him in a second. But, we're going to say hi to our special guest first because he's got an awesome comic book that's trying to get crowdfunded. And I think you're getting there, right? So
We got halfway. Well, we're a quarter done, but to be honest with you, all we need to do is get the money for the production of the book, and we can get the printing money later. I'm not so freaked out about that, but I want to make sure we have enough money to do the production. And
so,
we chose to do it over a holiday, 2 holidays technically. And
yeah,
not smart because it really killed us. But we're starting to get a trickle coming in again, and I've got another 10 days to try to push it. We'll see what happens.
Well, hopefully we'll get a few supporters here tonight, but always fun to hang out with you. And we'll go around the horn, of course. Everyone knows everyone here, but got to introduce everyone. So, of course, we'll start with the orange pile of rock.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Doing good.
All right,
I'm glad I'm not a Cowboys fan anymore.
You're not a what?
I'm glad I'm not a Cowboys fan anymore.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too good, would it? How about them Cowboys? Well, we know. Good to see. What's good to see my buddy Gary here, brother. Always glad to see you,
always
man.
Good to see you too, man.
Yeah, buddy.
I grew up in the DC area, and so we were big Redskin fans and hated the Cowboys.
Yeah, you would hate the Cowboys.
You would have to hate the Cowgirls, yeah.
Yeah.
And Pat S, buddy.
Yeah, hail to Pat S.
The droid don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose.
And I was
Are you saying that Pat does that?
Don't make Pat angry.
And hello to the chat, by the way. Good to see you all.
Hey, everybody.
Let's have everyone in the chat now. Yep.
Anima Confusa.
My girlfriend is here. Yes, Anima. You should be asleep.
Anima. Do we know Anima? Well, hello, Anima. Nice to have a lady pop in.
That is the woman I love. Yes, that is.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm going to spend the rest of whatever is left of my life with her.
Well, hopefully a lot. But
are you trying to tell us that somebody puts up with you?
She would put up with me. She puts up with me.
Okay, we'll take you at your
word. I'm a dick. You know I'm a dick. And
I wasn't trying to say that now.
Tonight she was like, don't start that stuff with me tonight. I'm not in the mood. I'm not feeling well. Don't start your crap with me. And then I start crap with her. She goes, I told you not to start your crap with me.
Well, hail, first of all, to FKHC 2005. He says, I should do a Saturday afternoon live watch sometimes. Oh, that'd be fun to do. Yeah.
Oh, that's Tim. That's our good friend, Tim.
That's you, Tim. Okay. Yeah. So, he's hangs out on our channel a lot. Much
FKH,
appreciated.
yeah. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, FKH, yep. So hopefully, it's a good idea, especially in the cold winter months here, in the Northeast. I'm near New York City. You're not doing a lot sometimes on those Saturday afternoons when it's cold. And hail to Brogu, who's hopefully you're from. That's from Clobby's.
From my whole hometown. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I'm Bro Grogu or just Brogru.
Brogu.
And hail to Gap After Dark.
Oh, Gap is a friend of our channel.
Yeah, Gap's a great
Gap.
Yep.
Minimus is here.
And Minimus is here, and then of course Anima is here as well in the chat. And then Christian Delorme has a. First we'll go to Dave. Hail to Dave. Yep.
Dave C.
Dave C.
Christian's a hell of a friend. He put $500.
Oh wow!
Holy crud!
Into our campaign.
That's awesome. Yep. And
Nice.
check out Christian's channel. His link is below on my channel list there. So check out his new channel. Some great vinyl stuff. Yep. And he likes to bleep with everyone. We can swear in here, but yeah, whatever. I'm a scoutmaster, so I got to watch how many quarters I put in the quarter jar. So,
right.
But Mark does have his videos and streams marked as not for children. So,
see, I can't tell if you're being a guy or just cheap.
Right?
It's one of those.
Oh, hey, Lisa. Welcome, Lisa. Yep,
Lisa.
Yep. How's it going, Lisa? Supergirl, I should say, too, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So we did a lot of wins on Friday night on Fortnite, as we like to joke. So that was a lot of fun. Yep. We're doing pretty good. Yep. And so sorry to all your Cowboys fans out there, but it was
Poor old Don.
Games have been ugly this week so far, except the game that's on tonight is close.
This one's good. The other ones, they were rotten.
Browns, we do a little sports balling here. We do food, we do everything. Then we're going to talk Gary's comic, but that was an ugly.
I'm going to share my screen now for whenever you want to pop it up.
Yep. So
that was pretty terrible. Well, did you see that the Cowboys made almost a scare of it at the end, though?
Yeah, well, actually, if Dak Prescott hadn't thrown 2 touchdown passes to the wrong team,
that would have been
might have been a close. Well, who knows though? But you always play differently when you're there. But it was,
playoffs are another completely different thing. So
if you'd have had me bet money, I'd have said the Cowboys. But then again, what do I know? Because if you'd asked me like 3 weeks ago, who do you think would win in a fight? Daredevil, who could stand toe-to-toe with the Submariner and Kingpin, or a chunky Indian lady with one leg and bad hearing and a learning disability, I'd be like, oh, Daredevil would definitely win, like, hands down. But I'd be wrong. So,
well, we'll talk about it that show when it's time to go to sleep, because I agree with you.
Boy, you ain't kidding.
Is saying zzz. I think he's hopefully not referencing us, but he must be referencing
he is.
The playoff game. Or referencing up.
That
Stark of Iron is here too.
Yeah, Tony Stark is there. Hell, Mr. Stark.
Good to see you, man.
All
right. So let's talk as Nick Weiser likes to say, Geary. My buddy Geary. Geary.
Clobbery calls me Gary.
Gary.
Yeah, because your first name is spelled Gerry.
Yeah.
But it's pronounced Gary.
Out of respect.
Can you tell us the story of that one, or
tell you a story about what?
Why it's spelled Gerry, but is that
I'm a junior.
Okay.
And my father was named by my aunt from Derry, Ireland. And great aunt, I should say, not aunt, but great aunt. And she named him Gary. And I got stuck with the name. And then my dad was, I had three kids, and 2 of them were boys. And my dad's like, "You're gonna name one of them Gary?" And I went, "No."
No. But that's an Irish. So that's a Northern Irish spelling, or of. Okay, because what does us Americans know?
Well, you'll see it. Like if you watch a lot of movies produced in Ireland, you'll see the name Gerry all over the place in the credits at the end. There's just a ton of us over there.
All I knew, Gary, was that, remember, the film and TV maker Jerry Anderson. Because they say that's how you're supposed to pronounce his name. It's G-E-R. That's the only assumption I was making about. I did not know there were people who pronounce it Gary but spell it that way until I met you.
It's the original spelling of Gary.
Okay, gotcha.
And but a lot of them go by Jerry, and people. I'm not offended when people call me Jerry.
No, it just
bugs me. Yeah. It bugs me because it's not my name. It's Gary. I like being called by my name. And
because
my dad wanted me to name.
It's Jerry. Yeah.
So my dad wanted me to name my kids that, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to. And he's got all butthurt by it. And I said, here's what I'm going to do. So my middle child's name is Sean Patrick Gerry Kissell, because all of us have 4 names. I have 4 names. My name is Gary Richard Patrick Kissell, and my daughter is Zoe Kirsten Wara Kissell, and all Benjamin Brian James Kissell. All of us in the family have 4 names. And hi, Court. But I pissed him off so bad when I made it his middle name and then pronounced it Jerry, and it just made my dad so.
Well, yeah, because usually here, America, you see Jerry, Jerry, Tom and Jerry, obviously, yeah. So that's why that. And I always got to tell that story. I mentioned I was in Scouts as a kid, so you used to have to call people for the meeting, of course, before. So there was no interwebs back then, but so I'm getting a list from like the patrol leaders, like, Mark, call these people for us, I'm like, who's this SEAN guy? Scene. So I'm like, I call up the number of Scene there. And the dad must have been laughing. I'm like, no, it's Sean. But I'm like, how the hell's, a 10-year-old kid supposed to know that Sean, Sean Cassidy's SHAUN. So like it's
I didn't know that.
There.
That's like heel versus babyface. I did not know his name was Az. So I saw it and I was confused by it. I was on a stream with him. I called him AZ because I didn't know what the hell to call him. I've never hung out with him before. And, so I just called him AZ and everyone's like, his name was Az. I'm like, well, somebody fucking tell me that before I talk to him, not after.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people in the community probably just assume you know who Az is. But I don't think Az is his
No, I know who he is because I watch his show, but I didn't know his name.
Fair
I don't think Az is his actual name.
Yeah, I don't think it's his Christian name either.
I know his name.
Hail to Gwagnar.
Is that the hill versus face or something?
Yeah.
And I called him AZ when I was on the stream with him because I didn't know the hell what to call him. I knew him as heel versus babyface. That's how I knew him.
Yeah.
But no, Courtney, I know I tease her a lot. I just teased you again this weekend. I was hanging out with some other musicians. Yeah, and I said something about drumming, and I said, "Oh, too bad Courtney's not here to shit on me about being a drummer."
Best joke ever. It's a really funny joke. I use it all the time on drummers.
Yeah, it's like,
but drummers are like the most important. So I'm really, I mean, I respect drummers. I'm a bassist. You got to like play with the drummers. So
we all need. There's nothing wrong with drummers, Gary. A lot of people can't read music. Don't worry.
So maybe I should tell the chat the joke then, so that they understand. The joke is, how do you get a drummer to stop playing? Put music in front of them.
Oh, I've always heard this. What do you call a drummer? Someone who hangs around with musicians.
Yeah. I told you what happened with me. I was in one of my bands back in the 80s. And Mike, who's still a friend of mine that owned the local record shop / music store for picking up sheet music and instruments and stuff. He had great amp collection. And we were over there hanging out, and they saw Keller, who was the lead singer of my band, and he goes, "Hey, Cal, how many musicians you got in your band?" He goes, "I got 2 musicians and a drummer."
Ouch!
I was like, "Ouch!" Excuse my language.
Yeah.
No, I like you, Gary, though, because you can make fun of yourself. I mean, you have to be able to laugh at yourself, And we all know it's not true. We all know you're probably an excellent drummer.
I was. I've gotten too old now.
That's what I say. I used to be an amazing musician. I don't know if I am anymore. It's been a while.
I'm still sure pretty good, Courtney, right? Never goes in that Carly, right?
That's what they say, but my fingers are a little arthritic these days.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
Right? Yeah. But hopefully, you play a few minutes, it'll come back to you. Yep.
I know I can still play piano, no problem, because I do when I go back home.
Yeah, so. I used to know how to play Star Wars on the piano. I was taking music lessons for a while, and just
John Williams.
We all want to learn to play the Star Wars theme. Yeah, it wasn't A New Hope back then. It was just Star Wars.
Yep.
Nothing else. Yep. Just good old Star Wars. Yep.
I would always have friends that would figure out the 2 notes for Jaws, and they would be like, "Listen," and it'd be, they're like, "Oh, you figured out a song."
Well, Jaws is pretty easy, but sometimes the simplest stuff. It's like people always say how simple the Beatles are. Of course, it's cool to pick on the Beatles now, but
there you go, Court.
It's overrated. Yeah.
You?
Yeah.
I'm on my phone, and I have my reading glasses on, though, which is good. Oh my God, your hair!
Is that Elton John?
I know his hair really does look like Elton John.
Is that Reg?
That's me sitting my future ex-girlfriend took that photo 4th of July 1986. And
4th of July is
good.
Gary,
I played with
Gary, you
no,
were better
no drummers showed up. No drummers showed up. I was the only drummer, and I played for every band that day.
That's awesome. Very cool. That's a great picture. Your smile, I love it.
Yeah, it's a great picture. Yeah, looking good.
That was
1986.
Notice I
was
don't
in high
have
school then.
I take off the bottom heads of the drums, so And if you can see it, there's cloth underneath my hydraulic head. I hate residual on the drums. I like the solid sound and nothing else. So
did you grow up playing the drums, or?
Yeah. My brother was a drummer.
Okay. Yep. So who was better?
I'm a better drummer than my brother. I came up playing jazz, and you just
that helps.
Yeah,
I had trouble playing like Neil Peart. When I graduated, I had to play YYZ.
Wow.
Well, Neil Peart, I mean, come on, he's like the best of the best.
Yes, but he's what we refer to in the drumming circle as a precision drummer, which he plays the drum notes exactly the same way every single time. And that's because he writes drum notes. And my God, I can't do that. I'm an organic drummer. I came up playing jazz, and you don't always play licks the same way each time.
Yeah, I played bass in the jazz band, so I got a taste of jazz, and it was totally different than classical, which I was trained on, and not the rock or the punk. And doing jazz bass, sometimes you're just given the chords, and you have to do walking bass and learn stuff like that. So you really learn a lot, getting thrown into jazz stuff.
Oh yeah,
was my good buddy Rob, R.I.P. Rob, but he was a great drummer, and I'll tell a couple of quick stories because they're fun. But he bought a drum set this was when we were in high school, and got him back in my pickup truck. We went to pick him like in Portchester, New York. So it was like a 20-minute drive, and it starts to rain. He's like, "I'll pay for any and all speeding tickets." He's like, "We got to get because the truck bed was open." So he played drums for years, and he won a competition in Modern Drummer. And Neil Peart called him up, and he hung up the phone a couple of times because he came in third place or something. He wasn't the winner, but it was where you pick the winners, and one of those competitions, and you mail in back then it was a cassette tape. So he's like, he hung up the first time. He's like, "Oh, very funny, Larry." Like one of our friends, like nice gag. And he called again. He's like, they hung up. I think he hung up twice on me. The third time he's like, "This is really me. Please don't hang up." So he won some cymbals that were signed by Neil Peart. Unfortunately, they got destroyed in a fire, which sucks. So burnt his house.
I know all about that, don't you? The fire things, like everyone's worst nightmare that's been through it.
Yeah, because I lost everything. I lost my entire studio to a fire 2 years ago.
I lost everything too. I was in college at Berklee College of Music. I had like $25,000 worth of instruments. They were all just gone.
At home that happened, Courtney, or at
No, it was my apartment in Boston, like near college, and the whole building. Everything was lost. The whole building was just done.
God.
Yeah, all my vinyl, all my pictures, because back then they didn't even have I think they had CDs that they would put pictures on, but you couldn't they weren't scan. It was in 1998, so.
And that's unusual.
I had a whole trunk full of pictures and everything. Yeah, I feel like my whole childhood was erased. I should have left most of it at my mom's house, but when I left home, I was like, "I'm bringing everything." And I'm like, "Darn it! Why did I do that?"
And that was a college dormitory, or was that?
No, I rented a place. It was my second year of college.
Yeah, but it was probably a lot of college kids there, I'm guessing, right? Anyway,
about half in the apartment building. There was about half of us were probably college.
That's good. And Gary, your fire started a couple years ago. You said there was a laptop on a bed.
It destroyed my entire studio. It destroyed all my artwork.
It's the worst.
$20,000 worth of artwork that was destroyed. Art prints, all the art prints, all of our.
Oh my gosh, I want to cry for you.
Yes, it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
I know. I know. I've been through it too, but the art and for me, vinyl and art and the photographs I had, that stuff was what got me.
No one got hurt, thank God. But that's some stuff you just.
My fire is on YouTube. Somebody filmed that fire from 1998, some fire chaser, and it's on YouTube. And there's a little shot at the end of me, you see me from behind, and I have magenta hair.
And hail to Bucky. Hey, Bucky's Crafting. Thank you for stopping by.
Well, looks like we got some.
Geek and I says that.
Hey, do you have the audio? Do you have the audio on, Mark?
I just shared your screen, so.
Did you share the audio with it?
I think that's on your end. I think when you share it, right?
I don't know. I think that no. Whenever you share something, you can choose to share audio.
Let me remove it and add it again. Let's see.
Yeah,
because I'm a boomer.
I can do it myself if you want to.
Let's see. Add to stage. I just have add to stage, right? Let's
see. Hold on. Let me present, share screen, and I'll make sure the audio is on.
Yeah, click the audio. Yeah, click the audio tab.
There we go.
And so, so never leave a laptop. I always tell my kids, never leave a laptop on the bed after what happened to you. Because
that's oddly what started the fire. My girlfriend's nephew left his laptop plugged in on the bedspread. And here's the craziest part. His dad had a paper bag full of unused fireworks next to the bed. It didn't go over well.
Yeah. God. Oh my God.
I can't stand that guy. I'm so glad I'm away from that situation. But anyway, you wanted to hear some of my drumming and music? Here you go.
Yeah.
Because I've never played this for you. This is me doing multiple takes on drums because I wanted to sound like a marching band. Very world music.
I love it.
And if you look up Cohen's Ghost on Amazon or iTunes,
Jethro Tull-esque to me too.
I love Jethro Tull. I grew up on Ian Anderson. This is the last measure before it goes into the chorus. You can hear congas in there too.
So this is on YouTube, Gary, or?
Yeah, you can go to YouTube and listen to the music for free, or you can go to Amazon, iTunes, or other websites like CD Baby, and you can buy the album. I have 2 albums that I put out. I have a 3rd one I'm working on, but I need a vocalist. I can't do the vocals anymore. I write too complicated a music. Here's another instrumental that the drumming on this one's pretty cool. A buddy of mine said, "This is my angry drums." It took me a while, and I went, "Oh, I get it," because it's loud. When I do the, and this was meant to be kind of like Eric Clapton with the Phoenix horns kind of thing. And I do all the instruments on this one. There's the angry drum. And the cool part about this song is I do this weird bridge where it goes into a Latin rhythm. Thank you, Bucky.
So you're an incredible artist, really awesome drummer. What else can you? Are you a great cook too? What else what can't Gary?
Yeah, I went to chef school. I went to chef school,
and
totally
no wonder you're hit with the ladies, right?
When I was 16, my dad was doing all the cooking, and I was being typical Gary, and I made fun of his cooking. And he never cooked for me again. I did everything moving forward. And I wanted to be a cook. I like cooking. My first job was as a short order cook for Bob's Big Boy. I love that job. I love cooking.
Can you make a good eggs Benedict?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You're hired.
I can make a perfect gravy too. No lumps. Benedict. My big thing is making different kinds of sauces and gravies, and I like doing desserts.
Poached eggs are hard.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Yeah,
I've tried to do it at home a couple times. I'm not the best at it.
No. Well, the trick is to bring it to a boil and then turn it off when you put the eggs in. You don't want to keep boiling because you'll overcook. Oh, what happened to our page? Our screen suddenly went dead. Oh, there it is.
Don't scare me.
That's Marc C with the big D.
Yeah,
oops.
The food array. Did you do something clobbering times? That's
no,
okay.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, maybe I clicked on it. Oh, maybe I clicked. I'm teasing because I'm the one
you
who
leaned on your elbow.
Well, I was minimizing my screen. So
no, Lisa did it. Look, see.
Let's go.
How'd you do that, Lisa?
But as you're asking, Mark,
thank you for stopping by. I was supposed to say goodbye to Stark of Iron. He's got to get ready for his show. He's interviewing Sci-Fi Mambi. 12:30 EST. He's got episode 2 of Avengers Skyrim. Yep, we'll try to catch you there tonight later. So thank you for stopping by and
bye, Tony.
And go.
Hi, Tony.
Take it easy, brother.
Gary's book if you can. Yep, and spread the word.
Please do. We're kind of stalled here. We got four new contributions this week, but we need to be going faster,
yep,
harder, as my girlfriend would say. My previous girlfriend, not my current. She would care less about that. But I'm referred to as what's called a true Renaissance man because there isn't anything in the arts that I don't do proficiently. I write.
Of course, yep. Oh, Stony A says, of course, he advertised the book in his show. Yep. Thank you. Tony.
Yes, he has. Tony's been doing a beastly job. And
I'm very jealous of you, Gary, for being a true Renaissance man. I can't do the drawing or painting art. I can't do that part. I'm a great writer. I can do the music stuff, but I can draw stick figures. That's about it.
I can't even draw that.
I'm so glad my kids all picked up the skill. And like my daughter just had, so let me show you the piece she just did. She's a real artist, not an illustrator like me. She is an artist. She does stuff from her mind. I draw what I see. I'm, referred to as a realist when it comes to the artwork. But my daughter does stuff like this. Look at this thing. Oh my gosh. Look at that illustration she did.
That's interesting, yeah.
That's incredible. That's up my alley. I really like that. It's like kind of like
amazing.
It's like, I don't know, like not gothic. It's like I don't know, it's like creepy kind of, but I like it a lot. I like the black and white and the it's really cool.
And my other two boys, they're both artists by trade. And my son actually makes a living as a writer. My oldest son, he's a writer, plus he does sculpting. All of them picked up the skill. And I said, I'm glad I gave you that as a gene.
The art,
but I apologize for all the other genes I gave him.
So
there's some funny stories I can't tell here that my oldest boy has said to me. He'll call me up like out of the blue and he'll ask me questions of very personal nature. And I'm like, I don't want to have this conversation with you, son, please. He says, but I got to know, Dad. Okay. So I'm just curious why I'm like this. I'm like, okay. Oh my God. I'm drinking, I make a little mixed drink of, what do you call it? Mountain Dew Zero with sugar-free cranberry juice.
Does it have like a ton of caffeine in that or?
Well, there is because it's Mountain Dew. And, but
I'm not allowed near Mountain Dew.
I mix in 50% cranberry juice and 50% Diet Mountain Dew or Zero Mountain Dew. And oh my God, it allows me to have some caffeine without having too much caffeine.
Yeah, I always remember watching like one of those news magazine shows like 2020. They were doing a thing on people addicted to caffeine, and there was a lady, not to stereotype my buddies from down south, but I think she was from down south, and she had a shopping cart, and when she go shopping, she had one cart that would be filled with Mountain Dew and the other cart with food. And then she was drinking like, gallons of Mountain Dew a day. And then she went cold turkey and she actually went into withdrawal and they had to get a physician. They said, no, she's got to keep drinking the dew because she's going into withdrawal. You just can't go to zero that quick. It was like, But yeah, people love that. People love that. I love Mountain Dew too. But yeah. Oh, hey, Dad Man's here. Hey, Dad Man. And you know, Dad Man stops by.
Here is some interesting trivia that a lot of people don't know. And I'm still kind of flummoxed by it. And I know how it happened. It was IDW that did this. Somebody at IDW did this.
Well, first I've got to play the Dad Man intro. So here we go.
Oh, go.
Over that way. God damn it, Marc. Damn it, Marc. Jeez.
We got the double echo there, but it's good. We got echo and hail to Claude Salins. Sorry, Gary. Yep.
No problems, man.
Yep.
This is the weirdest thing about me. There's a Wikipedia page about me.
That is weird.
That's awesome. I don't have a Wikipedia.
And I know that it was done by IDW, but the weird part is if you go to my high school, like if you go up here, where's the search?
Well, it says you can help improve it right there. Articles, multiple issues.
I have no idea how to do that.
Well, you make a you log into Wikipedia. You just edit it. That's how it works. Yeah, you can actually go in and edit.
I have no idea how to do it.
See the edit button on the top? No.
I have no idea how to do it. I'm
not telling anyone to go into Gary's Wikipedia page to F with it, but
you could write some effed up stuff. They'll correct it eventually because they do that. They police the pages.
Yeah,
but this
Gary,
is
would you write them a note for me, dude? I keep going in there and putting suffer of severe ADD, and they keep taking it out. But I have your test work.
Self-circumcised is one that should be put in there. He self-circumcised when he was 13. But this is the weird part. So you go to my high school.
Job right there, friend.
You go to my high school, and you scroll down, and I'm number 1 on their alumni list.
Awesome.
And right below me is the lead singer of my band, Keller Williams, the one I was talking about a little bit ago, and then a friend of mine from when I was a freshman, Judge Reinhold.
No way. You know Judge Reinhold?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you get him on Toxic Tuesday when we do?
That good guy has no time.
I love Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I love that movie.
I'm friends with a lot of people. I'm friends with Gary Busey's son. I'll never get him on.
Jake?
I would love to get him on, but it's never going to happen.
Bruce Campbell.
He's been,
right?
Yes. Yeah, Bruce. I've known Bruce for years.
Bruce Campbell? What?
Yeah.
The great Bruce Campbell.
And here's my art page. If you've never been here, it's on Wix.
Oh, can you post some of these in the? I'll make you a mod. Just post in the chat if you can.
Sure. Tell me when to do it, and I'll do it.
Just say like hi in the thing, and I'll make you a mod so you can post the links. Yep.
Let me let everybody know. I am not gay. There we go.
I was
so many people think I am.
You're not like Lister from the alternative universe, who I was just watching. That played a joke on.
Well, a friend of mine told me, he says, you're not really gay unless you do it twice or really like it the first time.
Wow. Wow.
But this is some of the poster work I've done. I did the Bruce Campbell movie Running Time. I did the original film, and then I did the re-release on Synapse Films special DVD release or Blu-ray release. Let's see. I did Escape from Death Block 13 with that Charles Bronzy actor. That's Boom Boom Washington right there, and one of the Totoro brothers. It's a cool poster. Good artwork.
So how did you start?
Not great.
Like every kid, you know, I'm guessing you just picked up a pencil and just tried to do sketching as a kid, or?
Well, according to my mom, I was born with a pencil in my hand, which I've always responded with, that must have hurt. But no, I've been drawing since a little kid.
Yeah, like most people, but I
was doing portraits when I was about 7, drawing people. So my first commission was 4th grade.
All right, so that Captain Kirk is amazing. I got to go back to that, show that. So you've done a lot of great Star Trek work, but I want to get. So how did you know you had talent, or did someone else say, "Oh, Gary, you're"? I mean, when did you know you had something there that you're better than the average schlub? Like
high school
picture from high school. Because you know, I still got my kids'
I got kicked out of art class, and Johnny Johnson, who just died last year, he was my art teacher and a mentor in so many ways. he would really challenge me as an artist. He would make me do other things that wasn't being done by the other students. He knew that I was highly skilled already in high school, and he wanted to push that. But then when he moved to a different schedule, and I ended up with Miss Brittle as my art teacher. She was an artist too, but she was a complete see you next Tuesday. And she would try to tell me, no, you have to do what the other students do. And Johnny Johnson tried talking to her. She wouldn't listen. And so she kicked me out of art class. I failed
an F?
Art. Yeah, I got an F.
And you were the best artist of the school, probably.
Oh, yeah. They've asked me to come back, and I wouldn't go back. I'm like, no. But Johnny Johnson asked me to come back, talk to the class, I would. But I wouldn't go back to school because I thought they were crap. They were for doing some of the shit they did.
So they were trying to they were trying to make you do certain things, or what was
paper mache? They were trying to make me do the stuff rudimentary stuff that the other students were doing, which, I used this word with her. I said, you're retarding my skills doing that.
Yeah.
And she got angry at me. And she says, if that's the way you feel, why don't you sit in the hall? And that's what happened. I spent the entire semester in the hall.
Oh, God. Yeah.
And do whatever I want. I drew what I wanted. I was working on my skills in high school.
Yeah. That sounds like me in middle school band. I was just a little jerk. And my teacher would just kick me out all the time and put me in the hallway. And then call me back in when they needed me because I was like the best artist. So.
Now, this one I did is because my mentor is Drew Struzan. He taught me a lot of stuff. And I was already a skilled artist, but he taught me some techniques and stuff that he did that helped me further my skills. And for a gift, I did this painting for him, wow. Doctor for the Holidays. It's, of course, Doctor Who with Matt Smith. And what's her name? I forget her name.
Yeah,
gorgeous girl, but I can't remember.
Yeah, Clara. General Louis
he has he has the original, and I kept the digital copy.
So, well, to rewind a little bit, well, how did you get into what was your career path? Like, it's not easy to break in as an artist. So,
well, I worked.
Did you go to college? Did you go to
blessed.
Art school?
No.
Just ask.
I did go to college. And I tried to take some art courses. And Ernie was the head of the art department for Eastern Illinois University. And he just leaned over to me one day and he says, "We can teach you nothing. You already know how to do everything. We can teach you nothing." And I said, "Well, you can teach me art history." So I took art history, but I never wanted to get a degree. I didn't need one. All people care about with artists is can you meet the deadline, and are you good? That's all they care about.
Right. So what was your career path then? You were
I was an artist right off the bat. When I was 18, I got a job in an art bronze foundry. Using the lost wax process, doing real artwork. When I was 19, I worked on the one of the legs of one of the soldiers from the Vietnam War Memorial in DC. It was spread out to a couple of foundries. We did real statues, and I did sculpting, and that's where I really pushed my skill. Good night, sweetheart. That's where I worked on my sculpting. And
so you can sculpt and I've got, as well.
Yeah, here's some of my sculptures. I don't have them all in here. There's a few in here. Like Rutger Hauer is one of my favorites that I did.
And how did you all of a sudden one day, let me try to sculpt something, and you found out you could do it, or did you take classes, or?
I just could do it. I just did it. Yeah, and I think one of the most harmful things that ever happened to me as an artist was in Mr. Johnson's class. I had done a sculpture of a Vietnam veteran walking through a marsh. M16, I did the whole thing. I'd say about 12 to 14 inches tall. And it was 1/6 to 1/7 scale.
Yeah.
And I really was proud of it. A lot of detail in it. And I left it there for the weekend. It was done in plastilina, or plasticina, some people call it. It's the non-drying clay. And when I came back on Monday, somebody had gotten into the locker and took a palette knife to it, cut it up.
Oh. Why the hell would someone do that?
People.
Just to be, no, it wasn't personal. It was just to be a jerk, right? Yeah.
It's hard to tell because I think there was even though I wasn't treated special, my talent, I got a lot of envy from people because they didn't have talent and I did. And I didn't understand that because I'm like, I'd rather have your awesome life than my talent. I would sell it overnight to get your life. But this one's really cool because this is the official Brian James bust for the golf tournament. The family commissioned me to do this one. And this is the final bronze production.
Wow.
With the plaque. And once again, I'm just really good at doing faces. I love doing portraits.
So you do a lot of portrait sculptures. That's your niche. And
I like faces.
Work.
Yeah,
like the faces. Yep. That's amazing. Yeah. So, yeah, because my dad was a pretty decent artist, and as an engineer. My grandmother was an amazing artist, but I can copy things. If I looked at all of my I showed some of my D&D sketches. I mean, yeah, and I used to go to art camp, a few summers. I'm horrible, but I could maybe copy things, but I just always admire that. And a good friend of mine is a good artist, and you can just see, the skill and the talent to, just create something from nothing. And that Kirk, that's like a photograph. I mean, obviously it's you can tell it's a painting, but it's spot on.
Yeah, the closer you get to it, you can see the lines and stuff in it. My point is because like I'm friends with Drew Blair, one of the greatest. I mean, he's been on the cover of Airbrush magazine so many times. He's a brilliant airbrush artist. Keith Birdsong and I were three Star Trek artists, so we knew each other. And we lost Keith, but Drew and I are still alive. And we became friends back in the 90s because of the Star Trek stuff. And
how'd you get involved in the Star Trek art? Of just someone saw something you had drawn, or
yeah, they saw one of my paintings and commissioned me to do 2 paintings.
Was it a Star Trek painting, or was it a?
Are they on here? Let me look to see where they're at because I think they're on here. Need to go to illustration cover art, maybe.
Because those, I got to say, the art for the books is extremely important too in terms of selling the books. I don't know how popular Star Trek books are now, but as years ago, that was a big deal.
One of my paintings.
Awesome with the Borg, yep. Because
that one.
Because that helps to sell the book, and that
absolutely.
And that art, there's some great artwork on that, and on yours is fantastic, obviously. But the artwork in a lot of those Star Trek books, that's got to grab you. It's like a cover on a comic book. It's got to grab the person buying. Now, of course, everything's digital, but you still have to have a good look for something that's digital too to get someone to latch on.
Sometimes you can find it on Google. Let me go do that one. Star Trek art. Because I did 2 paintings. I did Wolf 359 and the Battle at Narinda 3. And I am the only Star Trek artist to ever be commissioned to do battles from Star Trek. Here's one right there. That's the Battle at Narinda 3. That's a very good quality copy.
Is that the Enterprise D there? I can't, my eyes are.
Yes, that's the Enterprise D going back through the rift.
And this is the Klingons, right?
Yes,
that's Enterprise 359.
Yeah, with the Enterprise C, which is actually my favorite next gen Enterprise of the C. Yep.
Oh, yes,
you'll see me mention with IDW Publishing because I've worked for them. I had a best-selling, award-winning graphic novel with them, Cudward Geronimo. I worked on Back to the Future. I worked on a lot of stuff.
Wow.
I was also their secret workhorse. They would have me work on things that my name would never appear on. Sometimes with logos. I also was like, you've heard of a script doctor. I was an art doctor.
Yeah.
And I would fix things, or I'd fix artwork for like the A-Team that was my first book I worked on. And I fixed some of his shading. It was wrong. And it was driving me crazy. In fact, here it is right there. That's the book I worked on right there.
So you had to fix it. Oh, that's the new A-Team. We were talking about that.
Yeah, the movie A-Team.
Yeah,
it was so funny.
Playmobil van The 18. We're talking about the Moon movie was pretty good, I thought.
Oh, I liked the movie.
Yeah.
When we went to see the movie, here's one of my covers I did with Lou Ferrigno for Blue Water Comics. I didn't want to work with them again.
So you're out of high school and someone saw your stuff and you started getting gigs?
No, I just went to work for an art foundry and focused on that. And that's pretty much what I did, and there's my G.I. Joe cover. I hate the colorist on that. I prefer looking at the black and white artwork. It's much better than open image, a new tab. There you go. Oh, that's a shitty small copy. If you can get it smaller than that.
So the art foundry was just taking just different commissions, or what's an art foundry for someone who doesn't know what that is?
Well, what I ended up doing is I'm working on other people's art, and part of my job was to make molds. I was a mold technician when I was 18. It's funny because I'm friends with Craig Edwards, who is still one of my closest friends. I still talk to him on a regular basis. Just talked to him yesterday. And Craig Edwards has worked on a lot of TV shows and movies. And we came up together in high school. We were the only two doing movies. I was making Super 8 films. He was too. We worked together. We were chummy with one another. And we decided we wanted to do special effects makeup. And that's kind of one of the things I was really interested in doing, is special effects makeup. So when I was 16, he was 15. And I decided I wanted to make a mold of his face so we could do a werewolf transformation, a live one. On stage. We were going to do it in 3 stages.
American Werewolf.
We were inspired by American Werewolf and Howling. And so I took a mold of his face and we used plaster of Paris. And I forgot to put enough release on his eyebrows and his eyelashes.
Oh my God.
So I went to pull the plaster off his face
and screaming.
And I made a noise. No, I made the noise. I went, oh, and I could hear him underneath going, everything okay? I'm like, hold on. And I went and I felt the tension when I went to pull it off. I went, oh fuck. So I'm freaking out. And then I just leaned close. I said, I'm sorry, Craig. And I just pulled it. I knew I had to do that. So I pulled a lot of his eyebrow and his eyelashes out. It was funny. He was mad, but not super mad. He just was miffed at first. And I said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And we did it.
You forgot to put in the breathing straw for him.
No, I remember that. But the funny part was we ended up doing the transformation for the haunted house. And then we were banned from ever doing it again because we apparently traumatized people. It was so realistic, the transformation. Because he went behind the sofa, came up, it was a prosthetic head, and we stretched it out and the fangs and everything. It was really cool. And then he went back down. And then when he came back up, he had the full makeup on and scared the shit out of everybody. It was great.
Nice.
Yeah. But that's what I wanted to do. I really thought that was the direction I was going to end up going, is doing special effects makeup. And just art. I always fell back into art. And so it was easy. So I worked for a bronze foundry. I made molds, and then we used the lost wax process, and I'd pour molten wax into the mold, slush it around, and I would create a positive copy of the original artwork. And there was a lot of artists. Plus, what was really cool, any of us that were artists that worked there, we got free bronze. Wow. They go, put something on, if you want something, find the gate system. Gating is what you pour into
the extra stuff, right? Yeah.
So we would put our little sculptures on with another sculpt, and then they'd pour it, and then it was free. We didn't get charged for it. We'd have bronze artwork of our own stuff. That was fun to do. I did a Stingray for my boss's Stingray car. He wanted to put it on the hood of the car, and I did. I sculpted him in a straight Stingray just for his car, and it was fun to do. But then I got fired because I know it's hard to imagine, but I have a mouth.
No,
and I say things, and I didn't develop a filter for a long time. And I got fired every single time I got fired from a job was something I said. Every single time. And I got fired like 4 times, all the way up into my 20s. And finally, in my 20s, I'm like, you need to curb your damn mouth. You need to stop thinking something and then just saying it, because people don't like that, especially if it's directed at them.
At the boss or at the boss, right?
Yeah. Well, when I got fired from there, one of the owners of Wegner Metal Arts, Mike Wegner, he was a nice guy, and I shouldn't have said what I said to him. He came in bitching because I had done the mold for the statue for Governor Belial of Virginia. He had passed away, and they were going to be putting the bust into the Capitol. And when I did, I screwed up, and there's an air bubble under the earlobe on the right side of his head from my mold.
So you did make a mistake, though.
NFL history right there. NFL history right there.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. The Lions have won.
Yay, Lions. Game. Yay, JT Kirk, buddy. I know you're smiling right now. Going nuts, probably. Sorry about that.
It's been a while since.
But those people have waited.
93 was the last playoff win,
yeah.
Or 91?
93, but before that, they had like a 60-something year gap of any kind of real winning at all.
That's long.
Oh, by the way, did you make me a mod so I can post
yes,
this?
I did. You're in part of the mod squad. Yep.
Mod squad. Let me post this real quick. So basically,
so you got fired for what you said.
Well, my boss, Mike Wegner, walked in, and he was pissing and moaning, and I already felt really bad about what I did. I was really down on myself and angry how I screwed up. But he came in at the wrong moment, and I said the wrong thing. And I said, well, if you don't effing like it, why don't you do it your effing self?
He's like, I will.
No, he didn't know how to do it.
Oh, okay.
And then he made his brother fire me, who was like my best friend. You know, he and I hung out. No. And Steve cried. He was like, okay. What? And he said it to me. So, why would you say that?
Why would you say that?
Yeah. I'm apologizing. I'm so sorry, Steve, that you have to do this. I'm so sorry. You're my buddy, man. But that's
so where'd you go from
fun.
There?
I did a lot of work for magazines, newspapers, and stuff in the 80s. And I would do, I couldn't make a living at the artwork, but I did a lot of work. And then I worked for the Federal Way News out of Washington State. I worked for several magazines in Virginia. And then Selling Power magazine, technically it's an international magazine for marketing and sales. It's the #1 marketing and sales magazine in the world. And it was published in Virginia. And the owners met me, Gerhard and Laura Gischwabner. They were from Austria. And they took a shine to me. They liked me and they liked my artwork. They hired me, and I worked pretty much half-time for them. Not full-time, but half-time. And then I held a job down at 7-Eleven. And I ended up working in the medical field as an EMT and a nurse. And then I joined the Army. And in the Army, I tried to hide.
Army later, though, right? Later.
I joined in 1990. And I hid, because I was mid-career as an artist for a magazine. And they're still confounded by it because I talked to Laura not that long ago, and she was like, we still never understood why you left to go do the Army thing. And I said, it was something personal I had to do. And but in the Army,
were you trained as a medic before? You had any medical training?
I was an EMT.
You were an EMT. Okay. So
yes,
EMT,
and I had my first year of nursing.
And you decided to enlist with Bill Murray for the weekend.
Yeah. It's so funny. I saw Stripes the week before I went in.
So it worked.
Yeah, and I ended up saying some funny stuff to my recruiter. But I didn't want to repeat what Bill did. But I found my own interesting way of saying things. But I was already an artist. I'd done stuff for some indie comic companies. And I thought, this is something I could do, but man, the pay is terrible. Yeah. And I just, I had a kid, and I always had to consider what I was doing because of my kid. And
so you went before the Gulf War had started, I guess, then, or?
Well, I need to point out too, though, that I had tried out for Marvel in DC. And Marvel sent me a form letter because I wouldn't move to New York, and so they couldn't hire me. You had to
work in
New
York City
in New York. You had to go there.
Yeah.
And so I got a personal letter, and I talked to Dan before he passed away, because he was the head of DC for a while. Well, new talent at DC, and he
Dan
wrote
Dido.
me. Yeah, Didio.
Dido, right?
Yeah.
Didio's not dead.
Oh wait, what's the one that passed away?
Well, when are we talking?
That he wrote on Batman.
Oh, Denny O'Neil.
Denny O'Neil.
Denny O'Neil. Denny
O'Neil. Oh,
is
yeah,
one
yeah.
who,
He worked in both Marvel and DC.
Denny
Yeah,
O'Neil.
that's right. Yeah, I love Denny.
he wrote me a personal letter, and I talked to him about it before he passed away.
Oh, yeah, you told me about that. That's right. Yeah.
And I said, what you wrote to me was so personal, and it just, you told me that I was good, that you wished I would consider moving to New York, but I'm like, there's no way I could live up there. The rent's insane.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
This is before the internet now, where it doesn't matter where you live. So
yeah. Because back then you had to be a big name if you wanted to not work in the office for DC or Marvel. So I always
you would have been in if you had moved there. Yeah.
Oh, he was going to hire me. I almost got hired by Marvel a couple of years back. The head of new talent contacted me, talked to me, and they were really talking about some of the stuff they'd like me to work on. And then the head of Marvel, who got fired not too long after, and he was fired, found out that I'm close friends and work with Chuck Dixon.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, all communication stopped. Like that.
Why?
I can't say the name of the guy.
Here.
What's that?
Why? Because Chuck is DC, or because he had some personal problems with
problems? Yeah, the guy that was the head of Marvel at the time that got fired,
Alonso or one of those things,
hated Chuck Dixon on a personal level.
This was a personality thing here.
And it cost me a job, but I'd rather be friends with Chuck Dixon than work for Marvel.
Was that Cebulski or one of those guys? Or
I can't say the names.
Gotcha.
And I just forget the name of the guy that was the head of Marvel, but the guy that was the new talent guy,
Casada.
I can't say his name because it's his cousin who set the whole thing up.
I think Casada was the head of Marvel back then, but yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
But anyway, so I didn't care.
Chuck Dixon's a prolific writer for DC. Created the new Robin, not Jason Todd. Who's the other Rob? Tim Drake. I love Tim Drake. Great storyline.
And Bane.
And Bane.
He's probably the most prolific writer
with Graham. Yep.
He's probably the most prolific comic writer to ever live. I think his page count is like up there, the top 3 or 4.
I think the cool thing about my life is how many people I've gotten to know. It's like I'm so blessed with some of the people in my life, man. I wake up sometimes and I'll be bummed out, and then I'll remind myself that I'm on such and such personal friend list, and go, stop being pissy about this and worrying about things,
Well, friends and family, the most important thing in life, right? I mean, as much as I always say it, I love to collect the quote unquote junk, or my wife teases me, but yeah, I mean, it's fun to have, and certain things are very special, but if you don't have good friends and family, what does it matter, right? I mean, can't take it with you. So, but so you went
in the Army. When I went in the Army, I tried to keep my being an artist secret. I didn't want people knowing what I did, and I kept it away from everyone. And basically,
who was drawing those funny pictures of the sergeant in the bathroom stall? No, just kidding.
That was me. But it's so funny. There was this little black kid named Chandler. I don't know what his first name was. That was his last name. And he was so funny. But he walked up to me one day. And he's like, Batman. And I turned and I shot him a look. And I'm like, would you call me? He says, Batman. And I went, what? And why the F did you just call me that? Because I was afraid he knew that I worked in as an artist in comics and stuff. And he's like, because you look like Batman. I said, "Are you saying I look like Michael? My mouth looks like Michael Keaton? Why are you looking at my mouth? What is wrong with you?" And I trained with this guy through basic and AIT, and I would frown at him anytime he would call me Batman. And then the very last time I ever saw him, right after graduation, we're all getting ready to ship out, and I yelled for him to report because I was his squad leader. And I said, "Chandler, report." He comes running over, stands at attention, and I walked up close to him, and I grabbed him by the lapel of his Class A uniform, and I lifted that little shit off the ground. Lifted him off the ground because I'm a big dude. I lifted him up, and I pulled him up into my face. I said, "I want you to tell your friends about me." And his face got lit up, and he goes, "Who are you?" And I yanked him right into my snout, and I went, "I'm Batman." And then I threw him away from me, and the last thing I ever saw of him was him running away from me, pointing back at me, going, "He's Batman. He's Batman." And he disappeared into the crowd. I never saw him again.
Never saw him again.
Never saw him again. That tickles me to this day. That I somehow made that guy's life for at least a day by doing
that great opening scene to Batman '89. But
Batman.
But of course, I have to point out that my the comic book shop owner we did comics from, Paul, he's like, Batman would have never let the family get mugged. I'm like, oh, I guess you're right. True. He probably want to let the family get mugged, but such a great scene. He's like, yeah, but Batman wouldn't have let that happen if he would have
stopped him.
Yeah, he would have stopped him. Yeah, but that Keaton is just so fantastic in that scene.
There you go. Yeah, JT, congrats, buddy.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Congrats, brother. I was happy for you, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about you today. Yeah,
despite having to look at Eminem every time they kept showing us dumbass.
Well, that's better than looking at.
Wait, are you about to say looking at Eminem is better than looking at Taylor Swift?
I'm sick of Taylor Swift. Oh. I'm going to lose all the Taylor Swift fans in the audience.
I could care less about her.
I don't like her either, but better looking than Eminem. She's still better looking than Eminem. Come on.
Well, yes. You got
to know that orangutans are better looking than Eminem.
I'm just sick of seeing her on the broadcast. Yeah. So congrats, buddy.
I do want to point out some of the quotes here by Ted Adams, former head of IDW. Chris Ryle said some kind things about me. Dale Dye is my current boss. He's still my boss. And I've worked with Bruce. There's Bruce's quote. Gary's art of groovy, baby. Because I did this drawing of him back in '97. It was the first work I did for a film. And that was my groovy.
Come get some.
So I'm at the
Hail to the king, baby.
Also, and Josh Becker will tell you, I'm one of the few people who zinged Bruce Campbell to his face.
Yeah, you told me that story, and I'm forgetting what it was. But
wait, what did you do to his face?
We were having dinner at a Chinese restaurant in Springfield, Champaign, Urbana, Illinois. It was during the film festival, and after the festival was over, we all went out to dinner. And Josh and I, we like talking history because we've been friends for 30 years. And Bruce introduced us. And so Bruce is sitting there eating, talking to my wife. And then he hears something that Josh and I are saying. And we were talking about that. I think it was Newsweek did an article about the Plains Wars where they said millions of Indians were killed. I'm like, there were never millions of Indians on the plains. What are you talking about? Millions killed. Where'd you get that number from? And so Josh and I are talking about that. And then Bruce turns around and he goes, yeah, I read that. Yeah, terrible. And I said, Bruce, adults are talking. Went back to what I was doing, talking to Josh.
Oh my God.
And then another time he
Give me some sugar, baby.
He was talking to Josh and me, and said, yeah, I'm moving to Ashland, Oregon. And I was just sitting there going, well, that's an interesting move. And he says, yeah, I got to get out of the rat race in California. It's crazy there. Crazy. Got to get up there and get away from that city. I said, yeah, and it's got a lot more room for your ego to grow.
Ouch. And hail to Captain Temperus Maximus, aka Captain Finney. Okay, you got Captain Finney there. Okay, yep.
Captain Finney and beyond. Yep. What's up, Finney?
Good to see you. So you went in the Army before the Gulf War started, right? Or was the Gulf War happening?
It was building up. It was building up, and
so
I
you knew something might happen. I mean, it might be. Yeah, because I was working as an intern, and then one of the engineers in the group got sent overseas. He was, reserve, and he was a helicopter pilot. So he used to fly the Skyhook, the huge Sikorsky. I don't really think they don't make them anymore, but that's that massive.
It looks like a giant
lift.
green.
Yeah. What do they call it? The green. I have a model of it on my desk, but they call it the Skyhook or the
something like that.
Yeah. So I ended up working for a year for a bunch of people got called up, reserves, and I ended up working for a year in the helicopter division, engine, working an engine. So you got to be. We'd been at peace for what, I guess 15 years. But then, it takes guts to enlist when something's potentially on the coming up like that too. So,
well, when I went in, the reason I went in, the whole thing that started it was I'm sitting at the house, and the slot opens and mail drops in from the mailman, and I turn around, walk, grab the envelopes, and I'm going through them, and I see one from the federal government. And I'm like, this is like close to my birthday. And I'm like, it's the middle of the year. It's kind of a weird time to be audited again. And I was just audited, which was a nightmare. And I'm like, well, I hope I'm not being audited again. And I opened it up, and it was from Selective Services saying that I was turning 26 and I no longer had to update them on my address. And
okay.
I sat down and I went, oh my God.
I'm old.
I didn't get drafted. And I said, every man in my family's been drafted.
Well, there's no draft, right? So
I just assumed, well, they still have Selective Services. So I just assumed a war would break out and I'd get drafted. And it's like, but it didn't happen. And then I went, oh, I know what I need to do, because I was miserable. I was really unhappy. The crap going on between my ex-wife and my kid and me was just awful. She was interfering like crazy. And I was becoming very depressed. And I'm like, I need to do something. And this is it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm joining the Army. And my buddy, John's like, well, if you're going to go, I'm going to go with you. And I'm like, okay.
This is stripes.
And then I'm sitting there going, exactly. I'm like, this is really weird, because I'm the same age Winger was supposed to be. I was the same age, 26. And I'm like, this is really weird. And so right before going to the recruiting station, he and I watched Stripes. And I was just like laughing. And I went in there to the recruiter, and they asked those questions like, are you now, or have you ever been a communist? Are you now? And when they got to the homosexual thing, and I'm like, I said, I will do anything that my country needs me to do. That's what my response was.
That's what you said when you asked about the homosexual. That's awesome.
And he just chuckled. He thought it was funny. Military people, my drill instructors really were not bemused by me. They were very amused by me, because I was smarter than most people around me. I was a good soldier. I knew what to do from the get-go, because they were kind of weirded out. Like, they're like, how do you already know how to do this stuff? I said, you guys have nothing on my father.
You didn't meet Sergeant Hulka?
My dad would have beat my ass if I made the mistakes that some of these guys are making. I already was military before I went in the military. I knew how to do all that shit, drill and ceremony, all of it. And so I was quickly made a squad leader and put in charge. And I was, the one thing the drill instructors liked about me was that I was martial artist, and I was prone to just knocking the shit out of somebody if they got out of line with me, rather than trying to talk them down. Like, you don't really want to do this. And in fact, I knocked the guy down right in front of a drill instructor. I bitch slapped him. And
is this in boot camp or?
Yeah, boot. I was my second week. And this guy mouthed off to me and then put his hand in my face. And I said, take your hand out of my face or I'm going to bitch slap you in front of everybody. And instead of just taking it down, he went like that at me, and then was going to take it down. But before his hand came down, I hit him so hard, I knocked him 10 feet backwards, spun him, and he hit that perfect Missouri dry red earth. And he had this Wile E. Coyote cloud of dust around his body.
Wow.
So you killed the man in your first week of it. Just kidding. No.
And you did that while you were prone? You must have really long arms.
No, I was standing.
Oh, I thought you said you were prone.
No.
He's just prone
I was prone to violence.
Oh.
I was a very violent person when I was younger.
So the drill instructor didn't give you KP duty for that, or they liked that?
Well, it got worse because then I started walking towards this guy. I said, get up. Get up. You did it. You poked the bear. Now you're going to find out what it's like to have your ass beat by a grown man. Get up. And he wouldn't get up. And he kept crawling away from me, scooting away from me. And this big guy named Chucky, he was a big black dude. And he goes running towards me and he goes, you get Jones. I got Kissell. And he thought he was going to like manhandle me and stop me from doing it. I just threw him across the way. And I just kept walking towards this guy. And finally, I started kicking him on the bottom of his boot. I kick him. And finally, one of the times I kicked him on the bottom, get up, and I kicked it so hard his knee went up and bashed himself in the face with his knee. Blood started coming out of his face, and he looked like he was going to cry. And I was frothing. I don't know if you've ever gotten so mad that you get that white collection right the corners of your mouth. I had
only when I have rabies.
It'll happen to you. You get cotton mouth, and I was getting dry, and I was getting angry. And finally, I just looked at him. I did like Godzilla and went, oh, F you. And right then is when I came back to earth. And I turned, and there's my drill instructor standing there with his arms folded, looking at me with this Smokey the Bear hat, And I looked at him, and my entire body just slouched. Because the first thing I thought is, that's it. I'm going to get kicked out my second week in the Army for conduct unbecoming, striking a fellow soldier. Oh, my God, I'm done. And he goes, you okay? And I went, yes, drill sergeant. He goes, hit the showers. And then from behind me, I hear him yelling at Jones, get up. What's wrong with you? You're fucking with the biggest guy in the platoon? You're an idiot.
And hail to Nicholas Horton. It says Mead Raid. So thank you. For,
hey, Tom's here.
Hi, Nicholas.
Tom.
Don's here.
Mizzou.
Hey,
Hail,
Don. I mean, as much as I don't like
Hi.
the Cowboys, I'm sorry.
Hey, Tom.
Sorry, Don, for your Cowboys. Don. Sorry about that, buddy. But Mizzou.
I'm sorry to laugh.
He's a Cowboys fan. That's right. He said something the other day.
Awesome. Yeah.
Nicholas Horton. What'd you say there, Tomo?
Why did
so I guess you didn't get kicked out of the Army then, right?
Here?
Nope. Military. I excelled at leadership. I loved. They would put me in charge all the time because I didn't put up with anything. We referred to it as hands-on training when you had to manhandle somebody that was not behaving correctly. And you just knock the shit out of them. And I told people all the time, a joke. It's a joke. I said, military life and prison life is only dissimilar that there's a lot less graping going on.
Oh, good.
I said the good word, not the bad word.
Yeah, don't say the bad word. Yep.
Never say it.
Whoa.
But
a lot of people watching, dude.
Yeah, well, sometimes that happens. Yeah.
Hello, everybody out there.
Well, it could
big
be
crowd.
I think Midnight said she sent everybody over.
Well,
hi, Tom.
Yeah. No, me.
I just sent Tom a link if he wants to.
Tom's here. Yeah, send him an invite. I love
send him an invite. Yeah, if he wants.
He's been streaming all night, poor dude.
Yeah. You guys were talking about Batman, and it just makes me think of Bat Tom.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you got sent over for the Gulf War. I
was sent over for TDY. I never got deployed. I was sent over for temporary duty. The two times I was sent someplace, I was sent on temporary because we had to replace somebody temporarily. And so I got to go to Riyadh for 2 weeks.
So you weren't there for that long then, yeah.
No, I didn't get to it, and it bugs me to this day. It bugs me that we don't get a say, because I volunteered. Julio, Holland, and I, all three of us were older guys, and we all volunteered to go straight to the Gulf War. They didn't send us. That was just a threat they would use. We're going to send you. We're like, we'll go. And they're like, oh, well, we're not really going to send you.
Yeah.
But it wasn't much of a war anyway.
Yeah, it was over pretty well because our military was so amazing. Logistically, everything. That was just an incredible. When people you look back and think about it, to have that, to send that military over there and the air power and Saddam. They said he had one of the biggest armies in the world, but didn't last long matched up to the might of the American military. So, and I worked a little bit on
us off was that they didn't finish it, and that's what led to the second Gulf War. That shouldn't have happened. It should have been finished by Bush Sr., and it's a shame. It's a blight on him, Schwarzkopf, and Colin Powell that we didn't finish it.
Yep.
And a lot of us lost our faith in George Bush Sr. and wouldn't vote for it because of the failure to finish the war.
And I worked in the tank factory where they made they made the engines. It was an aircraft
Abrams
factory, the Abrams engine, but it's actually a jet turbine. It's a gas turbine engine. So it was made. The engineering was up in the Northeast or Textron, Lycoming. And so everyone was pretty excited too. I've got some cool posters from I didn't work on the engine, but just pretty amazing piece of hardware, that M1 Abrams tank. So
Army Air was doing some training one time. I'll tell you about this. It was fun because you said jet. It made me think about this incident. I'm sitting there eating my MRE on top of M113.
And also, we got to explain that an MRE is a meal ready to eat. So it's a meal in a package, in a bag, and you add water to it, or you can eat it. You can eat it without.
You have to drink a whole canteen with it. You have to, because
it
will block you up if you don't. But I'm sitting on top
of
an
M113. Is that an artillery? That's the artillery.
No, it's an armored vehicle, but there's no weapons on it. It can't have a mounted 30 or 50 cal. M113. It was the first thing I learned to drive.
Half track.
It's not a half track.
It's full track. Full track.
Here, there it is, right there.
I was just going to quote Patton, where the shell would go through and then bounce around a little bit.
It's sort of like the Bradley, but without the turret.
Okay.
Very similar. This is the first ambulance I ever drove was an M113 in the Army. So I'm sitting on the back having my chow, and the other guys are sitting down below with the gates open and sitting down inside eating. And an F4 Phantom comes over the tree line right above us. And it was going supersonic. And it knocked me off of the rig and threw my food everywhere, like for 30 yards.
I was at the Boy Scout Jamboree in the 80s, and the F4 Phantom, it was at one of the military bases down in, was it Virginia? Fort 8B Hill. And we loved it, but the F4 Phantom pilots would go over pretty low and fly. I don't think they were doing supersonic, but probably got into more trouble. But I mean, what a sight that is, and the sound of those jets going over. Something I'll never forget.
We were being told the same thing. Who said that? Running with Scissors said that. We were all told the same thing, but there was also rumblings that once we hit their armor on the highway to hell, that there was going to be pressure for us to finish the job.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk of that back then. And Boris Monkey
we were all being told we're not moving forward.
Drove an M113. Wow.
Yeah, I drove an M1. It's the sticks. It's really weird to drive like that. I was grateful when we upgraded to the Humvees, and I had one of the first. Actually, our group had the first Humvee ambulances that had their own filter system inside the back cab, so it'd make its own air.
Wow.
And,
for NBC or
yeah. And they were nice ambulances. I like driving those.
Humvee is such a cool vehicle. Yeah, it's just amazing.
That was when I wasn't just a 91 Bravo. I was referred to as an ambulance commander even though I wasn't an officer, if you're in command of the ambulance, you're referred to as an ambulance commander. One of the keys I have heard for Iraq and the Middle East is never eat the food, cook it yourself. I never had food there. I did have food in the Middle East. And I had, I don't know if they were caramelized or what they were, but they were like ants, big ass ants. We ate them. They're candied. They're really good. Wow. I've eaten fried earthworms, and I have mistakenly, without interest in it, had dog. And I was pissed when I found out we had dog. But the one I enjoyed eating was camel, because I hate camels.
You don't like
filthy animals. I do not like them.
I heard camels are pretty nasty, right? Yeah.
I've been bit and I've been spit on by them. They're just disgusting.
But you ever had this?
This evening, I shall go for the squid platter with extra tentacles, please.
We're getting the
that's all that is.
Yeah, squid with extra tentacles. Yeah.
The squid with extra tentacles. The M113 is also perfectly designed for being an ambulance because you can fit up to 4 litters in there.
Yep. So, well, why don't we got a lot of people here, so which is awesome. We've actually, it says we've got 100 people watching, which is pretty amazing.
Talk more about my book.
So let's promote your book while we got everyone watching. So,
Vindicated is, of course, a graphic novel. I took an oath a while back. Oh, what happened?
Put up the so everyone, let's put the link. I'm going to put the link back in. So, well, we got everyone here, which is awesome. Gary is trying to raise.
I thought I put the link in there, but maybe I did.
Yeah, let's put it again. I'm going to put it again. Yeah, and just keep putting it in so people see it. Yep.
Yeah, I thought I had the right one there. I'll make sure.
And I'll show you some campaigns right now. We have PDF 1, which is you just get a PDF copy of the book for $10. PDF 2 means that you not only get the PDF copy of the comic book, but you also get a thank you in the back section. Where it's already been called the backdoor page
yeah.
by some friends. $25 gets you a printed copy of the book plus a PDF and a thank you. And it's everything will include pretty much the book, the PDF, and a thank you. This is with the bookmark, $35. It's all signed. Then you get to the $50 one. That's the book, both forms. You get a signed art print, 11x17 art print. $100 gets you the signed art print, a ball cap, and the pen, plus the book, bookmark, and PDF. And thank you. $200 gets you drawn into the book, plus a PDF copy and the print copy signed. All printed books will be signed by me.
Very nice.
And this will allow you to be drawn into the book. And then this one will get you private commission. You'll commission me to do whatever you want, whatever you want me to draw. Signed art print, T-shirt, ball cap, pen, and both copies of the book, PDF and signed printed copy, and a thank you. This one involves the Mad Cat, which is being worked on now. So I put something up there to represent it. This basically represents what it's going to kind of look like. Other than the fact that he will have battle damage to his face, just like the artwork. It'll be this piece right here. Yep, that one right there. The battle damage. And
we've got a question. Are EPUBs or CBZs included, which is the comic book format? Or is just the PDF?
It's pretty easy to convert it.
Yeah, you can. I was just going to say.
If you want it that way, I can do it for you.
But you can, yeah. I think there's some actually just websites you can add a PDF. And
Amazon does it. Amazon does it for you.
Yeah, so you can if you're
because they
let us know. We'll help you.
They convert it to what is it? CRT, I think it is. Stuff like that. $500 get you the commission plus all the other materials. Then there's a $300 one. It's just the book and the statue, the Mad Cat. And then there's the other $500, which gets you the Mad Cat being drawn into the book, and then the two versions of the book, the printed signed one and the PDF copy or electronic copy. I should say that instead of PDF because it's going to be in every format available.
Oh, JT Kirk has a question. How close is the goal in the campaign? So right now
we're at 23%.
23%. Yep.
We have one person who did a $500, which I told you about, and a bunch of them for the smaller ones. The $800 one, the final one. This is the big one, and the big Mamba Jamba. Where's it at? 800 gets you everything: ball cap, pen, T-shirt, commissioned artwork. I'll do a drawing for you, painting, doesn't matter. I will draw you into the book, make you a character in the book, or you can gift it and have somebody else put it in the book. We did that with Iron Sky. When I did Iron Sky for the movie, we did the graphic novel to help promote the film, and we put backers into the book. If they wanted to be put in there, they were put in there. That was fun. And then, of course, you get the printed copy of the book and the maquette, which stands, I don't know exactly the inches it'll tall, but I know what scale it is. It'll be done at 1/12 scale, which means it'll be based on a 6-inch tall figure, and it will be detailed.
Very cool.
So, thank you, Clobby. And that's the big one, the last one.
So why don't we just backtrack a little bit? So what's the,
glad to do it.
You know, what's the 30-second tag for this comic book? And
no, I'm just going to play the trailer.
Play the trailer, yeah. Let's play the trailer, yep.
Here's the trailer. And of course, Dale Dye was originally going to do the voice. He got sick, lost his voice. So I was in a panic, like, who's going to do it? And then Tom jumped in from Midnight's Edge. He fucking jumped in there and said he'd do it. And it works perfect.
Meet the Seattle Vigilante. Like so many comic heroes, this warrior hides his identity. But his identity isn't the only secret he has to keep. After grievous wounds received during combat, Tier 1 operator John Russell begins to recover and comes to terms with his new reality of being an amputee. And as he learns how to use his new prosthetic limb, he finds himself caught up in the bureaucratic red tape that too many wounded veterans experience, the exhausting medboard process. Out of sheer frustration, John takes it out on the criminal scum of the city. But when reality kicks in, John realizes he started something that's having an impact on the greater world around him, and thus has to reevaluate his motives. And moreover, just how far is John willing to go to finish this war he's declared against the criminals in Seattle? And will he even survive? From the creator of IDW's award-winning graphic novel Code Word Geronimo comes a new story about a different kind of warrior, Vindicated, Inc., a first-of-its-kind disabled veteran action hero comic. The Vindicated, Inc. graphic novel crowdfunding campaign on fundmycomic.com is provided in the description of this video. We hope you become a contributor. Please share this link. Thank you.
So it's very cool. And of course, right there you can see the review by Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron. They got to read 3 of the chapters. This book is going to be 155 pages. It's a big book. This is a lot of work going into this thing.
Yep.
And Dale Dye.
Does it be black and white or colored or?
The covers are color and the pinups are color, but the interior artwork, sequential artwork, we did a full chapter fully colored, and I didn't like it. I felt that something took away from the story. Maybe. It took the grittiness, the clear, harsh lighting that I do. Because when you look at my artwork, now this artwork here, I penciled this, but my buddy Drew Moss from IDW did the inks on this. Yeah, beautiful job. I love Drew. And I'll show you the whole page. Let me pull up that page for you. And the story does take place in Seattle. And
so what did you have this story rattling around in your brain for a while, or you just all of a sudden one night you said, oh, here, I got a new story? What's the genesis of getting to this point? It started
when an actual event took place years ago, back in 1989. In fact, it's mentioned on the page. I'll show you in a second. My projects. Let me go do this real quick before we talk about it.
No problem.
This is another book that's going to be coming out soon because half the book's already done. Transmission. Richard Bonk is the lead artist on this one. I wrote it, and it's really good. In fact, we sent the script to Dale and Julia for making sure it's accurate. And there's a scene in there where the medic in the story tells a story about a guy having his dick bit by a kitten to distract another soldier as he pulls a fang out of his arm from the battle he was just in with these mutated mandrills. And when Julia read that, she said she spit coffee because she's like, "Oh my God, you put that in there," because it's a true story. A guy getting bit in the dick with a kitten by a kitten. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Hey, Jamalama.
Funding the
Welcome to Sunday
campaign.
Night Geekery.
There we go. I'll open this cover for you. This shows you the full cover that I penciled and Drew Moss inked. And he did a beautiful job with this. And the other thing I mentioned to people is there are actors in the actual book. I got them to sign their likeness agreements to be in the book. Langston Fishburne, that's Lawrence Fishburne's son. Zach Ward from Christmas Story and Transformers. This is a buddy of mine. He's the psycho killer in Unbreakable with Bruce Willis with the orange suit. That's him. And this guy, I forget his name. I've known him for a while. He's the maintenance guy from Battlestar Galactica.
Forgetting the actor's name. Yeah, for the new Galactica, right?
Yeah, the new Galactica. And then this, of course, is Kurt Yeager from Sons of Anarchy. He's the main character because he too has a prosthesis, and he felt he was born to play this character.
So, what was the incident that led to? So, you said there was a true incident that led you to the story.
I'll show it to you right now. It's on the page. If you go to the page, there's a little mention of it right here. The why, inspired by two things. First, my personal love and passion for veterans, especially wounded veterans. The second is an incident between U.S. Army Rangers and a street gang back in 1989. This story was a seed in my head to create a story about American soldiers declaring war on organized crime. And eventually that is what happened. He builds a team of soldiers to fight these criminals. And there's a whole plot that I can't tell you about because I don't want to ruin it.
Read the book,
It takes place in the second book. And you begin to understand who these shadowy figures are that are manipulating him. In the end, Vindicated is my love song to every warrior who left a piece of themselves on the battlefield or inevitably brought back some of the war with them. And that's what my book is about. And that's the article right there. It came from Seattle Times, I think. These Army Rangers took on a major gang and never got arrested. They had a full-on firefight with these guys.
And where was this firefight? I'm looking at the article.
Seattle.
It was in California. Oh, Seattle.
Seattle, Washington, back in 1989.
And were they? And how did they get involved in the? I mean,
the gang was messing with them. They were having a cookout, and they were messing with them because they moved on to a rough side of town. So they said, "Hey,
they're off to it." Yeah, they weren't on the base. They were just
they're at the house, and they said, "Hey, man, screw you. You want to fight? Bring it to us." So these guys went full battle rattle. If you don't know what that is, look it up.
So you're really not supposed to crash Jack Reacher's cookout. It's probably an important safety tip to remember that when Reacher and his buddies are having a cookout, don't mess with them.
Thanks, Egon. Good safety tip. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's one of those things. Like I remember I was in engineering school in a rough. It was a kind of a rough town. There were a lot of foreign students came there because they would advertise just being by the war. It was at Bridgeport University, and a bunch of the engineering students, a bunch of locals tried to mug them, but it turned out, of course, they were all in the Israeli military together, and they proceeded to kick their asses, and then they took their guns away from them. It's like, what should we do with their guns? I'm like, I don't. Well, you could turn them into cops or just hold on to them. But it was, they probably thought they were picking on some, pencil, carrying geeks, and it turned out they were all highly trained soldiers. So it didn't go well for the other guys there.
It usually doesn't. We shoot better. He said Tacoma. I don't know what that's about. The way I read it, it all took place in Seattle. 3 times I've checked it out. took place in Seattle, not Tacoma. Tacoma can be a real shithole. I know that. I've been there. But the answer to the other one was Aaron Douglas. Thank you. I couldn't think of his name. He bought a copy of my book, Code Word Geronimo. That's how we met.
Right.
He was at one of the conventions I was guest artist at. As what do they call it? Not just guest artist. I was the guest artist, like the main one. Got an award, everything. No, I got to tell you, Luke and those guys over there at Fund My Comic, they're amazing. I won't use Indiegogo or Kickstarter. F them. Not interested. I'm going to tout this. Plus, he started a whole new one this weekend. There's a whole new fund. It's not just Fund My Comic. It's Fund My Fundiverse is what he called it. Fundiverse.
Nice. It's great. He really is.
And I'm the first person to sign up for it. I did it live while we had him on the show on Friday. He's a great guest, man. That was a week ago.
That's cool.
And because this last Friday we had Cameron Pash on, and yeah, I'm not a big fan. Yeah, Fort Lewis. That's where my unit was out of. 6th Army. Cool. I was medical, and I like Fort Lewis. It's a good base.
Gary, let me ask you this, buddy. I got to roll here in a second because I got to get right.
Oh shit, Pat's here. I forgot he was here. He's so quiet.
Doing so well. I mean, you're covering a lot of ground tonight, brother. But listen, I've been helping you with this since the beginning. But before I go, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't help you out with this. What would you tell people now? We got a nice audience and everything and a good group of people. Even if they can't spend a little bit of money and get on this, what can they do to help out with getting this going, and how can they spread the word and help
share it to their friends and push it.
Guys, if you can afford it, it's real important. And I don't just say this because I've known Gary for years and he's a buddy of mine, but this is a bigger fight we're fighting here, and we know that one day we're probably going to see this where the only time we're going to get graphic novels and comics and artwork like this and all is through independence. One day this system is going to collapse. It's eating itself. Some bad people have taken over the big names and everything. And I really want you to think of that. So if you're thinking like, where can I throw a little bit of cash? How can I keep this going? How can I be part of the community and really help out something? Gary's not going to retire from this, guys. This is a bigger thing. And what I like about this is a story of a veteran. And even if you're not a veteran, we all know somebody. I've told Gary stories about my dad who was a disabled Vietnam vet. And, he's talked to me and counseled me on that. So I really get this 100%. So if you're somebody that likes us and you like this kind of stuff and everything, and even if you're on a budget, I get that, man. If you're on a fixed income, but what you can do is you could spread it around and you can let people know, and at least let people be aware of this. And that would mean a lot to me. Gary will never ask you for that because even though it's hard to believe he's a humble man, he is a humble guy, dude. He is not somebody who likes to put their hand out. But he's out there to tell a story. And I think it's important that we at least hear it. And I love you, buddy. I do. I love everybody on Sunday Night Geekery, but I'm glad you're here, Chief. And you have a good one, man. Y'all keep me in my prayers. I'm doing a full week of PT for the first time.
Keep on Mike and get me on Doomcock, because I know Doomcock doesn't do this very often, but we need to get word out to a larger audience.
Well, buddy,
I've even talked to Ethan.
I will promise you this on Sunday Night Geekery, and Mark knows I'm a man of my word if I say something on Sunday Night Geekery. Mike and I, no matter what the holiday is, we wish each other a happy this and that. So I am going to wish him a happy MLK Day tomorrow. When I do, I'm just going to set a little reminder to him and go, hey, buddy, let's remember about Doomcock. It's the new year. Things are maybe settling down a little bit. Let's see if we can't get Gary out there. I will do that for you, my friend.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right, gang. Good night.
Be good,
Mark,
Pat S.
I'll see you next week.
Good night, Pat.
All right, buddy.
Take care, Pat S. Yep.
Yeah,
we'll
do
good.
Yep. I'll see y'all tomorrow at Marc D Comics too with Cloud.
Yep.
All right, buddy.
Feel better. Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Better.
This is for Pat.
It's because a droid don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose.
Actually, Sergeant said to me one time with my unit. He says,
I want to say hi to RobAltis, sorry, and
RobAltis,
Anonymous
buddy.
Gamer. We got a lot of people rolling in, and yeah, we got a great crowd here tonight. So hopefully, if like Pat said, if you can't fund the comic or contribute it, click that share this campaign button. Click that right here. I'm going to share my screen just to show everyone where that is, and click on that right here. Share this campaign, which is a great way to help out. If you can't, money is tight for a lot of people. Understand that. So, but that's something you could do. And maybe you want to show first couple pages of that first chapter, or I could just click on it and show a few pages.
Yeah, because that's the thing I'm offering people. You can actually go there and read 2 of the chapters from the book. Yeah. It's the first chapter and the third chapter.
Look how amazing that artwork is.
That's Kurt Yeager. I drew Kurt Yeager into that shot.
And we have a lot of, I'm sure everyone knows a vet. I'm sure. I've got friends who are vets, and as we're talking Rambo a few weeks ago on Toxic Tuesday, and
going to be doing that again in another week.
We're doing Rambo 3. Yep, and you're doing
that. We're going to be doing it on my channel on
Tom and Jerry.
On Military Monday. I'm going to do it on Military Monday and talk about it on there, because it's the first film to really address PTSD.
Yeah, I'm almost halfway through the novel. The novel's fantastic, by the way.
Nowhere near as good as the movie. The movie got it right. He fixed some of the things wrong with the book.
Yeah, but the book is just it's great. It's a great read so far, I have to say. Just you get more background on the character, and a lot of times I love getting those more of those details. And it's a lot different than the movie. Yeah, you're 100% right. And they did make some good changes, but I'm about halfway through. But the
original first book,
David Morrell's book, the first book. Yeah. But what's important about it, a lot of vets came back in the 70s that were spat on as Stallone, Rambo's speech in the end.
I saw my brother get spit on when he came back.
It's horrific. I mean, it's not a soldier's fault that he's sent to a war. You're protecting our country. You're doing what you're told, and you're putting your life on the line. And
those people, by the way, are called shitizens that do that.
Yeah,
they're military people have a nickname for them. Shitizens.
Absolutely shit.
Yeah, Jane Fonda going to Hanoi, going on the anti-aircraft battery in the Vietnam War. So there was a lot of hatred wrongly directed at our vets. I think now it's changed after the Gulf War, thankfully. You're not going to see that treatment, but people always have to remember. And I always think of how horrible it was for those soldiers to come back and to be disregarded like that. And also today, there's far too many vets that are, homeless or I want to say self-deleting. Can't say that word on YouTube, unfortunately, but there's a lot of vets that
it's a problem and
need our care. Yeah.
They don't give enough benefits to people that have PTSD or have suffered, major injuries and stuff like that. It's a really sad thing.
Now, Mizu, let me explain to you. As a veteran, I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Mine comes from non-military stuff, but I have a lot of friends that I work with, that I'm very close with, because most of my friends are combat veterans, who suffer from a mixture of PTS and PTSD. There are 2 versions. There are 2 things there. And when you say shell-shocked was a nickname that was given to my grandfather who suffered from it. In fact, the character Bill in my book, Vindicated, is based on my grandfather, because my grandfather shook until the day he died. But shell-shocked doesn't tell you the difference. Shell-shocked, it just means that they're shell-shocked, that they were stressed out in combat. With PTS and PTSD, you know the difference. Once it becomes a disorder, that means that it's changing how it affects you. Because a lot of guys and gals suffer from PTS that have been in combat, but not necessarily PTSD. In fact, you can have 3 people in the same unit go into combat, have the same experience together, and all 3 of them have a different reaction to what happened. because each person's different. And PTSD is a better term for it because of the fact that it shows that this has moved beyond just the impact of combat, the stress, to now being a disorder where it's impacting them on their daily lives.
Yeah, it's something that wasn't diagnosed. I mean, yeah, like you said, it was World War II or Korea would have been called.
Shell shock is a nickname.
Yeah.
They had another one too. I forget the name of it. Combat fatigue. And post-traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder are, in my opinion, the better terms to use for it because it's exactly what it is. And PTSD is the disorder. That's when it becomes effectively damaging to the person.
And it can come from other things as well. But that's when adding the disorder to it is when it really affects your daily life, like on, you know what I mean? It's something that doesn't go away necessarily. You got to work on it all the time.
But the thing is, people learn how to use that trauma to change themselves. Because you look at so many of the combat effective Navy SEALs, or one group in particular, so many entrepreneurs come out of the Navy SEALs.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys take that experience and the negative aspects of it and turn it positive and use that energy. I love that.
It's a major accomplishment. It's cool. Very cool to see.
Trauma's not. I come from a medical field. I do not agree with that at all. Trauma means exactly what it is. Trauma. When I'm in the medical field, that somebody says this person has experienced trauma, you immediately key in on it that you need to pay attention to this because trauma has physical meanings and mental meanings. Mm-hmm. And I can't agree on that. But I mean, you do what you're gonna do. I mean, whatever you want to do is your thing. But I don't agree with that assessment. I think that PTSD is really tough. When I got diagnosed with it, mine came from a kidnapping. My daughter got kidnapped, and I didn't know that I even had it. And I'd been going for years. I raised her by myself when I got her back, thanks to the Illinois State Police and Springfield, Illinois Sheriff's Department. They got my kid back from me. And I just thought, everything's fine, hunky dory. And I started downing a box of Little Debbie Swiss rolls, a big box, the double stack, a night to calm down.
You don't realize how it can hit you, and that's really. I'm so sorry that you went through that. I know we've talked before.
Yeah,
but it is crazy how you don't realize right after sometimes that you're affected by something.
Well,
until
I
later.
Didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was doing to me until I had gained close to 400 pounds. I'd gone from I've been an athlete, my whole life. And suddenly I was 400 pounds overweight and I was depressed. I was in a dark place and I was trying to constantly stay positive for my kid. And she never saw that in me. She never saw, because when I was around her, I always made sure to hide all the dark shit going on with me. But something was going wrong. And finally I started coming out of it. And I've lost 350 pounds. But it was tough.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Little Debbie cakes are amazing.
Damn you, Little Debbie! Damn you! But that's an incredible amount of weight loss. Did you do anything for that, or just willpower, or diet, exercise, or?
Well, once I found out that I had PTSD, I started trying to work with it, and I started talking to people about it. I had a therapist. I've been seeing therapists for years. I'm pretty happy seeing a therapist and talking about the shit going on in my head. And, but what really cured me was when I was still kind of stuck in this little hole and I couldn't seem to get out of it. And then My sisters, two of them got stupid with me one day, and I lost my shit on them. And anger is a great medicine. It is. When you are justified and you're not being abusive, but when you turn that part of your brain on to just go at somebody because of something you felt they were just wrong about doing. And I did that with two of my sisters. And one of the things I said to them was, I said, if I wasn't related to you, I wouldn't have anything to do with you. I don't understand the way your brain works. I said, you two henpeck each other constantly. And then when you're not happy henpecking yourselves, you go at the rest of us. And I want no part of it. I don't care. It's a very toxic way of being. I have no use for what you people do. And yes, I use that when I'm angry at somebody. I say, you people. I've said it to my kids. You people, I swear to God. Anger is something that we've been taught isn't good for you. That's a great scene, by the way. It's one of my favorite scenes in the book, where he realizes this guy is dirt. He's dirty, and he's just set off an IED and triggering it with that phone. He turns and he shoots him right in the face, his own guy. Wow. And that's Fahim Fazli, my buddy. He's an actor. He's been on our show a few times. I love Fahim. And Fahim is helped me create that character because originally his name was Ahmed or something like that. And he goes, oh, that's not a very good name. He says, we should call him Jabari. I went, really? He goes, yeah, Jabari. It's named after my father, and I'm like, okay, that's what we're going to do. So he's Captain Jabari.
There you go. Yep, right here. Jabari tried to warn me. Yep. Yeah, so this is amazing artwork. You're extremely talented. So yeah,
it's very cinematic.
And being a longtime comic book reader, we've been getting our cohort Raquel to read comic books with us on Thursday night for Clobby's Clubhouse, and she was saying she would just
never read it before.
She never read it before. She said, "Well, I just read the words." And then I'm like, no, Raquel, you got to look at the art and read the words at the same, teaching someone how to read a comic. But it's true when you get into a comic book, I'm sure there's obviously a lot of comic book lovers and readers in our audience tonight. At some point it becomes emotion. My mind, the way your mind works, it comes to life,
This is funny right here, by the way. Go to that final panel that you have there. When he says, right there, that's another actor friend of mine. He was featured on that show where you get put in prison overseas because he had that happen to him and thought he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison, but he got out. Eric is his name. And that's his face. He plays his best friend in the book. But he says, hey, grab the leg. Roger that. Hey, I need you to shift fire to that building's second floor, yelling commands. And then you go to the next panel where they're carrying him to the helicopter and he says the line, leg.
Yeah. That's right.
And then you go to the next page and he turns and he looks and he narrates it. Nothing can prepare you for looking over and seeing a part of your body being set next to you.
Yeah, right. I mean, horrible. Yep. And Mizu, glad you made it back. Yep. Accidentally left. Thanks for if you hit that sub button, maybe that'll help too. But sometimes I can't even find Clobbering Times channel once in a while. I'm on your show where we stream together all the time, and like, wait,
sometimes you can't find somebody on this stupid thing.
I'm like, wait a minute, I can't find Clobbery, as Gary would say. And
it's crazy.
Like, what's going on? So glad you made it back. Thank you very much. Yep. And but yeah, that's just what vets go through or soldiers go through. It's one of my scouts is the Naval Academy is going to become a Navy SEAL, and we're good friends with the family. And of course, mom is very proud, but also a wreck in some ways too. So I can see where anyone who has anyone in the military, relative, husband, wife, son, daughter, it's got to be nerve-wracking, and the world isn't exactly a safe place these days too. So God bless all those troops out there. I mean, it's a scary time, scary situation, and yeah, and he says here on the positive side, I lost 10 pounds in under an hour. That's something. But just and there's a lot
of dark humor in this that comes from working with other veterans. That's Dale Dye, by the way, and his wife Julia. They are in the book. Dale Dye plays Dale and Julia play his in-laws.
Yeah, so yeah, great artwork, great panel layout. And I was the same before, yeah, the book comes to life too as you get into reading comics. And so it's kind of teasing Raquel, like, how could you read just the words? You got to enjoy the.
Well, that's funny you said that,
the art. Yeah,
nothing pisses an artist off more than having somebody flip through their book.
Right. And not
take your time and look at what I worked on. Don't just flip through it. It annoys us.
Yeah. Yeah, because each, like, how long would this panel take to draw? I mean, from start to finish, just this middle panel here, how long would that take? You've got to conceive of it, right? You got to.
A page of a comic book takes me on average to finish the artwork 14 hours total per page.
For this one page is 14 hours worth of work.
This one was probably closer to 10.
10,
because there's a lot of black on that page, and when I get to do that, that saves me a lot of time.
But so 10 hours, so yeah, so just the center section, about 3 hours to do just this, and I
because I sketch it out first, and then
you got to sketch it, right?
Start doing the cleanup part. Because I work digitally, I can cut a lot of things in half. This probably would have taken me longer if I was doing pen and ink, because the precision. But when you're working with digitally, you can undo screw ups very quickly.
So you can get back to
get right back.
But my friend who's an artist, Chris, maybe he'll watch this eventually. Chris goes to bed early, but I've seen him do sketch work. And he's got some comics he was working on and cartoons, and just to do the sketch work, and he does a lot of layouts and hours and hours. And one day he's throwing out all this stuff. I'm like, this is so cool. He's like, but that's just this, the layouts and the sketch. Like, that's just junk there just for me to get to the, the next level. I'm like, you can't throw it out. It's too good. So I did pull some stuff out of the garbage. I don't think I'll hear this, but I saved a few pages that were, just as, set up, but, it takes hours and hours. So when you're selling this book, the PDF for, $10, which is a great deal, and look at all the the artwork, just the time, 14 hours of time to do one page, so that's
you gotta love doing it.
You gotta love doing it, right? Yeah,
because there's not much money in it. When I look at what I've made, sometimes it was minimum wage.
Yep.
And this is a tough scene because he finds out that before he left, he couldn't get a hold of her on the phone, his wife. And so he sent her a message before he went out and he lost his leg in that scene. He finds out later that when she went to read the text from him, she had an accident that killed her and their unborn child.
Oh my God. As she was reading the text.
Mm-hmm. So.
Oh, because she was reading the text while driving, I guess, or.
Yeah. And I show it.
I show it
here.
Yeah.
It's coming up because he's looking at them like, what are you telling me? And then we see that Alice received the text and was distracted for just a moment.
Mm-hmm. Bam.
The flames coming up around the vehicle because of spilled fuel. And she died on the scene.
Oh, great shading here on this. This almost looks like it's what's a tech?
I'm showing time transition too. I was trying to show that time has gone by. He's been sitting there without moving. And then the ghost shows up. His little Iraqi Jiminy Cricket, as he calls him.
Okay, yeah. No, that's great. That's
and we find out
a great movie. I mean,
well, it was meant to be a movie. I wrote it originally to be a film. And but just to point out, you don't know who this ghost is. Why is this kid talking to him like this. Who is this? Is he a real ghost? What the hell is going on with him? And you find out who he is later, because that's the part that Richard Bonk is going to draw. Richard Bonk is going to draw the flashback where he tells Bill and John, his partners, that are helping him do this. He tells them the story of what happened with this kid and why he's haunted by him.
So JT Kirk says, wow. And Chief Shadow 1750, hail and welcome to Sunday Night Geekery, says artwork looks really good. So I'm sure Gary appreciates that. Yep. Yeah, never text and drive. Notice how distracted I get when texting, which is why I don't like having a phone around me as much. Yeah, you can tell when people are doing it on the road. It's just and there's no excuse for it now with
dangerous stuff.
It reads it to you
too. A lot of lives too. Well, it's cost a lot of lives.
Right.
Yep.
If you scroll back up, there's a scene where he's in the hospital bed right at the beginning. Yeah, and the name of the chapter, by the way, I love the name of the chapter. God judges his heroes by their scars. Every chapter title has a meaning. Even the next chapter you get to read is called A Leg to Stand On. Because I was being verbally ironic that he's got a prosthetic leg. But it's a double meaning. Keep going up.
Oh, keep going up. Yep.
Yeah, all the way to the beginning, all the way to when he's in the hospital. Right when you get to the hospital, where you get the title of the chapter, wherever that is.
Yeah, it's much further up. Let me go fast.
Page 9. It's page 9. There it is.
Chapter. Yeah, we go.
So he wakes up again and scroll to the next page. And this is where the ghost makes its appearance. He goes, hello?
Yep.
And the kid says, you need to get better. And he goes, fuck off, kids.
Yeah.
And I don't need you in my head right now.
Yeah.
And then it cuts back and the kid's no longer there. And he goes, okay, I can still hear you. And of course, this is something that happens with a lot of veterans when things escalate elsewhere. It can trigger shit with them.
Yeah.
I watched it with my brother Steven when the Gulf War was ramping up. I visited and he was stressing out over all the news. And you know, I'm not gory.
Just to read this. Yeah, please get off your phones when eating. Enjoy a meal, for crying out loud. Well, that and I don't know if you saw on New Year's Eve where they the ball either somewhere there was a scene. It was everyone was on their cell phone. Maybe it was in Vegas, or instead of enjoying what's going on, or if you're at a concert, it's like people are on their cell phone, recording the video that they'll never watch again instead of enjoying the moment. So
yeah, I tend to I put my phone in the other seat and leave it there. I don't bother to turn it off. I just put it all the way over there out of my reach.
Well, my phone, it's hands-free in the car too. It just hooks up to the car. So I mean, you can wait to get that. You can wait to get that text. I mean, and now some of the cars they'll read the text for you out loud too if you have to have that text message. But yeah, you can wait for that text. But yeah, this is a hard-hitting chapter. God.
Yeah, it's some of my buddies that are combat veterans. They've said, some of the stuff you do in this book punches you in the gut. Of veterans, punching you right in the gut. This is one of the first things I wrote, where he's talking to his psychiatrist. He says, "I had that dream again last night, where I was whole again, and I could almost fly."
Yep.
Those are the very first words I wrote for Vindicated.
So you had that idea in your head, and that was the first words. Mm-hmm. Those are the very first words. Yep. And you started. That's the start of the third chapter. Yep.
And we see him at the fob. He's having memories of the fob. But he's talking. And by the way, that's Boris Karloff as his therapist.
Wow.
I love Boris Karloff. I love Boris Karloff. So I used Karloff.
I love that. That's awesome.
Oh, I love it. That's a good idea. Love Boris.
Yeah, it's like somebody said, basically when you do a comic book, you have an opportunity to do what we call perfect casting. Get the person you most would love to have played that character. even if they're dead. And by the way, he doesn't have the mustache in the other chapter. And when he's walking, John's walking away from him. He says, "I liked you better when you had the mustache."
Right. And then, you got to ask the obvious question: what, differentiates this from the Punisher? Right? If someone's a comic book newbie or haven't read, but everyone knows.
Well, that's what
pretty much everyone knows.
Brought the whole book into existence was a debate between me and two of my buddies, Mac and Ultra Rob. Both of them big comic book guys, and we're sitting there debating. And I said, well, Batman and Punisher, the way they've been written and portrayed, all would get caught. They would all be caught. I mean, the fact they know it's Frank Castle in the Punisher, proof right there. I said, what you would need for somebody to do what he's doing, you would need somebody that's a tier 1 operator that knows how to work independently and can avoid creating paper trails that lead back to them. And that's what a tier 1 operator would do, because they're troublemakers. They're troublemakers that know how to go out there, find funds, use funds that they don't require money from the boss. They'll go find money if necessary, especially when they're embedded. And so that's what he's doing. He's, and the big secret that he's keeping is that he's doing this on a prosthetic leg. And there's a scene in chapter 2 where Frank Tedesco, the cop, who is my buddy Shane Moore, I drew Shane into the book. He's a former cop, half American Indian. He's part of the Chippewa/Ojibwe tribe. And he's always had trouble with his frustration over being half white and half American Indian. And I wanted to deal with some of those issues in the book, the racism that he gets, not just from, the people in the police department that he works with, but he also runs into when he's on the reservation and he gets called an apple. And an apple means red on the outside, white on the inside. And it's very derogatory. Oh, there he is. There's Aaron. That's Aaron Douglas there on the right.
Right here, yeah.
Galactica.
Yep. He played the chief, right?
Yeah, I always joked with him because I've had lunch and breakfast with him.
He ended up being one of the Cylons, right? Yeah, he ended up being one of the Cylons. Yeah.
But I kept referring to him as the janitor on Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, God. I fixed all the spaceships.
I'm a jerk. I really am.
Who's the Galactica? Oh, the new one.
The chief, the new one. Yeah, you haven't watched it yet. Yeah. Even though many people have tried to get you to watch it. But I think you should watch Stargirl first. But yeah.
It's not going to happen. You and that.
This is one of my favorite shots right here where he does the over his mask. That's the Imtech ballistic mask, by the way. It fits onto the not the Mish helmets, but the current form of skater helmets they use, bicycle helmets the Special Forces use, Army Rangers. And it attaches to the rail system on the sides of the helmet. This is a kind of a cool scene because this is his first time dealing with these mercs. The biker gang hires these mercs to deal with him. And it's part of that whole thing that's brought up in, what was it, Batman, the second Batman movie with Michael Caine when he brings up escalation with the Joker.
Dark Knight.
Yeah, Dark Knight.
Yeah.
He says, you never heard escalation because it's real. It's a real thing. And that if you bring a gun or if you bring a knife, they bring a gun. If you bring a gun, they bring more guns. It's just natural escalation.
Man.
And that's a flashbang being thrown at him, and they aren't prepared for it. And he just comes out. And I love I love my onomatopoeia that I use for the weapon fire and shit. Whip, whip, tack, tack, tack. Because I'm trying to emulate what I remember the sounds of an M4 or M16 sounding like when you fire it.
Yep. Well, it's pretty loud too, actually. I mean, No, this is great. Can't wait to read the whole. And the book is finished, obviously. So people that are funding this, the book is done in the can, quote unquote, right? So they're just waiting funding to.
Yes, it's like 88 pages. 88 pages is done. I've got 97 pages drawn that still need to be. I love this shot here where he dives for the gun, and he just throws the knife. It sticks him with it. And I like that
it's
line.
Not been your day, Gary.
This
and he spelled Gary wrong.
No, I spelled it that way on purpose. Because Garys with that name are bad guys. No, not really.
Cousin Gary, if you're watching this, you're a good guy. No.
Waiting time is over. And he's like, that knife just went into your subclavian artery. He's, man, that's not good. Because you're going to bleed out in like 6 minutes. Unless I do this. And he pulls it out and he goes, now you'll bleed out in 3.
So you're using some of your medical knowledge here too.
That's my daughter, by the way. That's Zoe.
That's Zoe, yep.
Yeah, scroll down. There she is. There's my baby girl. She's both girls in the story that he rescues. And it's this situation that brings him into direct confrontation with the biker gang and dealing with the sex trafficking that they're doing.
So this has got a little bit of A-Team, Equalizer in it,
but much more everything.
Yeah, but a hard hitting. If you grew up in the '80s, as watching TV in the '80s, the Equalizer, the A-Team. It's that vigilante. Just love to see the good guy get revenge on the bad guy, especially the little guy that has nowhere to turn, or doesn't have anyone to fight back. So that's what. And the Equalizer movie with Denzel Washington was really good too. I thought they did a nice.
Yes, it is. It's the Punisher. It's better Punisher.
Yeah.
I was trying to say something about.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Go. Yep.
The scene alludes to the fact that he's dead. He let Gary die. That's a lot of blood. Yeah.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah.
Yep. Was this Gary also kicked out of 3 high schools? JT Kirk wants to know.
God only knows. He's a diddler. He likes girls underage, and that's why he let him die. And that's also why he kills these guys.
Yep.
He has no qualms killing these guys.
And hail to Melted Copper.
Again, like a film, it's scene by scene as they're talking. He slowly appears behind them as a shadow.
Wow.
Because heroes in a comic book should also be kind of like, I don't know, they should really be kind of like Jason, Michael Myers.
Yeah.
Just kind of appear in the background because they're the Michael Myers of the bad guy, for the bad guys.
And Melted Copper saying software is a thing, animation software is a thing you could maybe animate a black and white cartoon as a companion.
Well, you bring this up. The guy that's working with Fund My Comics, he's an animator, is going to help me do the next animated trailer. It's going to be done like animatics. He's working on it right now. And it's still going to be based off of the same script I wrote. I like this shot where he kicks the table. I love this shot where he kicks it. He is just angry right now.
I'm sorry, yeah. A little Rorschach in here too, maybe a little bit.
Well, Rorschach to me is the hero. That's the problem with Alan Moore. He doesn't understand that mindset. He's writing about things he doesn't understand.
Well, he was surprised.
This is where he discovers the server. Yep. Well, he discovers a server here. Now, I am going to make some changes here to this chapter right here for the final book, because I felt there should be guys downstairs, and he's going to kill them and tell the girls to close their eyes so they don't see it.
Yeah.
And he does the thing again.
Well, he's going to flip through that, yeah, because but yeah, I mean, just and
that's Shane right there. That's my buddy Shane Moore. He's American Indian. He wears the mohawk. He's fucking cool, dude. And he's built like the Hulk. He's gigantic. He's
gigantic.
Yeah. Other than the military and being a cop, man, he also played semi-pro football. This guy's a serious athlete.
Oh, that's an interesting background there. So that's the clouds. Is that is that like a collage? How's that drawn? That's not line art. It looks like
airbrush.
Airbrush.
Just
okay.
airbrushing.
Airbrush. Yep.
I'm a proficient airbrush artist.
Flip up in the style there. Yep. But it adds some nice ambiance to that scene there. Yep. Yeah, amazing.
And in the final one, there's no way he would take his shower with his prosthesis on. So in the final artwork, I fixed that.
To fix that, yeah. Well, you wanted to show, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, well, you've seen it. It's in the animated trailer.
Yeah, but you wanted to show, the contrast there, I'm sure, artistically with the artificial leg. Yeah.
And that's Dale and Julie in that photo.
Those legs are, aren't they battery powered in terms of the joint? Some of them have.
Some of them are, but the ones he used, here's what would happen. In real life, he would have 3 prosthetic legs, 3 prostheses for different things. But I simplified it in the book to make it just one. He wears one prosthetic and he can run with it, jump with it, and all that shit. And in reality, that's not true. But this isn't reality. It is fiction.
Yeah, but but some of those legs, I know they're. Of course, we're going to talk a little bit about Echo tonight, but I know some of those legs are very, very expensive, and depending on the prosthesis, can be, battery powered in terms of to help with motion and walking.
Yes, servos in them.
Come along, servos. Yeah, they've come a long way, especially if you don't have a knee versus just missing the lower leg. Like my grandfather I've mentioned before on the show a lot of times, a few times, but was in a really bad car accident back. Today they probably would have amputated his leg, but they put it in a knee joint, and his leg actually went backwards as he walked, kind of like a bird. And a lot of people would get freaked out by that. But here, I'll share your screen back again, Gary. Yep. But they'd get freaked out by it. But I'm like, doesn't your grandfather's leg go backwards too? So the technology has come a long way to help people, that have lost a limb to get around better. And I've got ADA, of course, to help people. But my grandfather never complained, never said anything. But sometimes people would, give him a look, or what the hell is wrong with that? What's up with that guy? And I'm like, I was pretty young, but you could see him getting stares. It's like, well, that's my grandpa. F off, So it's a great idea for a story, because you've got that realistic Punisher type veteran, and you've got.
Well, it goes beyond that, though.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, it began with the debate of how a real Punisher, a real Batman would work in a real world. But then I said something else happens here, because you have a shadowy figure that's working behind the scenes. He tells his therapist, his psychiatrist, he says, even if he passes, he fails. Are we clear? And the guy says, yes, we're clear. And what's going on? Why is he doing this? Why is he forcing the VA to put him in the med board process over the PTSD? Why? Well, come to find out, you'll find out in the second book, they have an interest in John. And they've had an interest in John for a while. And because of what happened, it upped the ante of what they want to do. And I'm not going to tell you much about it, but what this is going to show you a very realistic look at how a Mission Impossible force would be formed.
Interesting. Yep. Oh, and thank you to Melted Copper for subbing to the channel.
Groovy.
Thank you. Yeah, much appreciated. Yep. So yeah, we got a great crowd here tonight. I hope. Did we get anyone to back the book or?
Not yet.
That's okay, but yeah, just we did get a lot of eyeballs on it tonight. Hopefully, so hopefully we'll get.
Yeah, I'll refresh, and I think it's still at 49.
But if we get anyone, and as we said, yeah, even if you can just spread the word, which would be awesome too.
Yes.
To help spread the word, and got my little teeny channel here, but much appreciated having. This is, I think, the best crowd we've ever had for Sunday Night Geekery. So I have to have you on every weekend now, Gary. So.
Well, I'd be glad to join you.
Yeah.
Because I like hanging out with you. Tuesdays is because I do a lot of my own streams, and as much as I enjoy doing them, Toxic Tuesday is my favorite day of the week.
That's your favorite day of the week? Yeah, we have a lot of fun with Nick Weiser and the gang there.
My favorite thing in the world to do is break Nick. I like breaking him by saying something effed up during the show. The whole thing with I want that in my butt.
Yeah, we've heard that. Yeah. So
I created that just to mess with Nick because he just loses it when he hears it. That one and when I was on that one, the first time I was back after my long hiatus, I came on and I looked over to my right and there's this book there, magazine, Good Housekeeping Baking magazine. So I picked it up and I just spontaneously, as I came on camera, he's like watching me and I'm like reading this magazine with pies and cakes on the front. And he says, it looks like Gary's reading some Good Housekeeping baking thing. And I went, yes, I was looking into it because I just realized apparently I've been doing cream pies all wrong.
Oh, God.
Your agonizer, please.
And I broke him.
He broke poor Nick. Yep. And JT Kirk says already back here. Thank you, JT Kirk. And Melted Copper, no word. Well, he said, I'm sad, poor, and cheap. No, if you could just put out the word, that's much appreciated. Yep.
Much appreciated, my friend.
Yep. Don't worry about that. Yeah. We know times are tough for a lot of people right now. But no, I mean this has been great. And God, Gary, you're supremely talented, and can't wait to read this final book. So I hope it gets backed. If not, maybe we'll find out where you're living.
It's gonna suck if we don't get back, then I have to draw that chapter. And I was hoping Richard would do it because it's the only chapter, because he and I like working together. We're two artists that love to work together. And we've worked together multiple times before. And I wanted to find a way to get him to work with me on this book. And the only way I could figure it is in the flashback, because it doesn't have to be drawn in the same style I draw.
Oh, yeah, because you could use a different style. Yeah, because that makes sense. Yeah, I
love Richard's style, man. He is so good. Here, I'm going to just give you a sneak peek real quick of the other book we did together. And we worked a lot of stuff together, but we did this book together and we've got to finish it. Let's go. Transmission. Let's see. Is this all in here? I think it's all in here. And I'll just let you see some of the artwork he did on this. There we go. Here's some of the artwork from that book. I inked it and colored it. He drew it, penciled it.
I'll make it full screen. Yep.
I haven't inked everything yet or colored it.
And for Vindicated, though, you decided, like as you mentioned, you didn't want it inked and colored. You just like that look with the
this one will be colored. This one will be colored. This is my nod to Predator right here with instead of him stepping out, he throws or flicks a cigar out and then lights a new one when he gets out of the helicopter.
Yep.
Yeah. And there's Dale Dye again, and there's Julia. I always have him in my book. This is Matt Best, because he signed an agreement. He and the guys at Black Rifle Company signed an agreement. Black Rifle Coffee.
Okay. Yep.
And they signed a likeness agreement. But I think in the end, we're probably going to take all their likenesses out because I don't know. I'm funny about it. There's Richard Bonk. He drew himself into it.
Why not, right?
This is a great scene. Here's a girl in real life. She's a real veteran who lost both her arms in combat. And I put her in the book. There's Skipper and Dale Dye. I call Dale Dye Skipper privately because he's a captain in the Marine Corps. Richard and the whole crew. And then helicopter scene. And then you get to see Mac and me. My best friend and I, we're in the book. Where's it at? Oh, and there's Zach Ward again. It's fun having Zach Ward as a friend.
Nice. Yep.
Where is that panel? I don't see it. Maybe I missed the page. Yeah, there's a page missing because he drew Mac and me into the book, but it's not here. It's another folder. And you've heard of the clothing line Ranger Up clothing?
No, I haven't heard of that. No, I haven't heard of that.
Check it out sometime because this is the owner. Let me find him. There he is. That guy there on the bottom right. That is the owner of Ranger Up clothing.
Nice.
Former U.S. Army Ranger. We have him show up on the island full hazmat. I had to redesign the mask so I can make sure you saw their faces. Because it's a little bit sci-fi. This is a sci-fi horror military action film like Aliens. And this is the final page that was drawn as they're looking down the wells. They figure out this is where the toxin is. Each missing.
Yeah, it's missing. Yep. Or in the books, you're like, this page is intentionally left blank. It's like, just because if someone's worried, yeah.
You can see. I think the other one is in here. Let me see. Pages. There we are. That's Mac, and that's me flying a helicopter.
You don't know how to fly a helicopter in real life, though, do you?
No, but I always wanted to fly one. I wanted to learn to be a pilot. That was the other thing I got passed for. They said I could be pretty much anything I wanted to be because my ASVAB scores are so high. But I didn't have a high enough score to be a jet pilot. But I had a high enough score to be a helicopter pilot. And I really entertained the idea of I really want to do that. I could fly Apaches. I could really do that. This is a cool comic book. We're going to start a campaign for this one, so we can finish it.
Nice. Yep.
A lot of look at the detail he puts in. What an artist Richard Bonk is.
That's amazing.
But he's a traditional comic book artist. What's that?
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, we can hear you now, Courtney. Yep.
Okay. Sorry. I'm at home, so I switched where I have a microphone.
Oh, you sound much better now. Yep.
It took me a while.
That's okay.
So here they find one dude who's mutated, or mutilated, not mutated, mutilated. But there's a funny scene in here. I think it's in this. Let me see if I can find it. Where there's a chunk of fat. And he kicks it. Yeah, here it is, right here. He walks up to me and goes, Is that from a person? Yeah. He looks around, there's no body around. He goes, I think that's adipose tissue. And then he kicks it and it jiggles like jello. And because that happened in real life. It happened to me and another medic buddy of mine, separate occasions, where I came across a big chunk of fat. And I'm like, what the fuck is that from? From a person? Is it from an animal? Well, if it's an animal, it's got to be a pig because there's no hair on it. I'm like, there's hair on it, but it's fine hair. Well, that might be a pig. But there's no fucking pigs around here. It's so weird. Like, weird things you run into. But this is going to be a good book, too.
No, it looks great. Yep.
And Richard Bonk's just an amazing artist. I love him so much. We're good friends. I mean, we're good friends. We've actually stayed together, gone places together, had dinner together. We just like each other's company. We're both veterans, and I tend to be drawn towards veterans, fellow veterans to hang out with. I love doing that. I learn so much, and I feel comfortable. Military people tend to not be too overly judgy about your weirdness. They don't care.
Those are the good types of people that embrace your weirdness.
And also the dark humor.
Yeah, I'm big on that too. So,
anyway.
Well, that was great to hear all about that book and get to learn more about you. And just a great life story there. So I'm glad to see you putting that down on paper. You said 10 years in the making, so glad you finally.
Yeah, it started 10 years ago and it got put on a back burner because I had to do other stuff. I had to focus on, keeping a roof and feeding my kid, keeping a roof over her head. And then 2017, I looked into trying to start it back up again. It's closer to 2018 and couldn't get it going because I kept having to take on new projects. And every time I take on a new job, I can't work on my stuff. So now we're at a point where I can do that. I look like Kilroy right now.
Yeah. Till we put a clip on here where the camera goes. Yeah. Yep. So everyone, check out Gary's page again on the GoFundMe, and appreciate all the people being here tonight. We're going to talk a little bit of
not GoFundMe, but Fund My Comic.
Fund My Comic. Yeah, it's just me boomering, typical Mark. But I've got that pinned in the message up top. So make sure check it out and share.
I still don't know how to do that.
You click the 3 little dots on YouTube and you say pin this.
You got to do it on YouTube. Okay.
You got to do it on the YouTubes. Yep. You can't do it on the StreamYards. Yep. So gotta hit that. Yep. On the YouTubes. Yeah. So that's pinned, and that art is incredible, and I hope we even if we didn't get anyone to back the book. I think did I already back the book? I think I did. I can't remember now. I got to check. I'm pretty sure I backed it, but I better make sure.
You did.
I will.
I did. Okay. Yeah.
You did. I remember.
Okay.
That's when he was on with me.
All right.
I still can't believe Christian DeLorme, $500.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah.
He's a really good supporter.
Wow.
He likes.
Very nice.
He's a good friend. I like hanging out with him, talking to him. He's coming down here in the next month or two. He's talking about coming down to hang out with the whole gang, John, Keith, me.
Awesome.
Cool.
Very nice. Very nice. So, we'll segue into a little Reacher and a little Echo, but we'll keep time.
Season 2 of Reacher is called Reach Around.
Reach Around. Yeah. Well, I was thinking.
Actually, those are the 2 Tom Cruise movies. Those are the ones called Reach Around for obvious reasons.
He was so not right for that part. So not right. They nailed it with this show. They nailed it with the show, man.
Yeah, why don't we do the good first? So we'll talk a little. Let's talk a little Reacher, and then we'll talk Echo. But
one more to go. Only one more to go, Richard.
Yeah. So Clobberin Times had watched the last one. I made the mistake of last release one, and you're like, "Oh, I can't wait to watch the next one." And
that's when week to week's rough.
Good. Yeah,
week to week's rough. First world problems, right?
Yeah, but I do
the whole week for the next one.
I do like it with the weekly, but I have to say, if I'd known how much of a cliffhanger it was, which you got to assume it is, I would have waited maybe a week.
Oh yeah, it always is.
Yeah, because we watched. My wife and I have been watching it. I don't know why she likes this Reacher show, but anyway,
can't imagine.
I can't imagine why.
Why would a woman want to watch this?
Why did she tell me to rewind that scene?
There are not enough girl bosses in it. I mean, there are some ladies in it that can take care of themselves, but they're not taking over. They're not belittling men at all, not making him a big wussweed. In fact, he's a title character. This is not 2024.
Yeah. So, let me put season 2 in the search here. So, I was thinking too, of course, they're vets, and part of the, one of the, minor spoilers if you hadn't seen it, their unit is formed as I guess it's a military police unit, the 110th. And
110th,
in the film or in the show. So
are they MP? Are they military police or CID? Because I think they're CID.
What's the difference? I don't know. I'm not a military person.
Criminal Investigation Division. They're
that's probably more what it sounds like.
That sounds like probably what they are then, but I don't know. I can't remember. They may have said it on the show. I can't really remember, but I don't know.
Yes,
but that could be.
So they had there's investigative. So there's a flashback. There's a series of flashbacks in this season.
They're busting drug dealers and all that kind of crap. So
and Mars Monkey Max says they're CID.
CID.
Mars. And yeah, so what happens is one of their investigations is about to get shut down. This is a minor plot point, so it's not giving away much, because I guess one of their commanding officer, the base commander, is getting promoted, and he's got a big ceremony coming up. So they didn't want it known that there's actually a unit that's been, military people have been dealing drugs within the unit. So of course that's one of the major plot points. It was the 5th episode or 6th episode. A lot of flashbacks, in terms of disobeying authority. And,
there's a running flashback, filling in info about what the group was like when they were together. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that guy goes to the gym?
No, not at all.
No.
I think he's a couch potato who likes cookies and M&Ms and stuff and drinks too much.
He's a beefcake.
Yeah.
Nope, he's just like the rest of us schlubs. He sits there and plays video games in his mommy's basement. You could obviously see
that. Right.
And the funny thing about it is the character doesn't have a home. He walks around the world basically with a toothbrush, and doesn't. I'm going. Well, I don't know where he finds out places to work out, but
and he looks like that. Yeah, his hair is perfect.
I love that the other officer on his team refers to him as a sociopath. Yeah, he really does act like one.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so
he's an awesome dude. They were lucky to find a guy that could look like, first of all, look like the character from the books. And I have not read the books, but fans of the books would tell me this. And he can actually act as big beefcake dudes usually can't do that.
He is ripped.
Right.
Well, he wasn't ripped. He was athletic because he was the first live action Aquaman.
It was Aquaman on Smallville. He was also Hawk on the Teen Titans.
Yes, he was. He was great as Hawk.
Yeah, he was really good on Hawk.
What's his name?
The show was terrible.
Alan Richards. Yeah.
Richardson.
Actually,
Richardson.
That was one of the really good episodes in Titans was that Hawk and Dove episode. They did like a Hawk and mini episode. You could have just watched that.
It should have been a spinoff. They should have got their own.
Yeah,
show.
They should have done a spinoff, and that was one of probably the best episode. And
Love
this is Medusa.
Medusa.
So I didn't recognize her. I think it was.
That's because they cut her hair off in the first stupid episode of that shitty.
Yeah, to save money.
Inhuman show from ABC. Well, that was terrible. But she's quite delightful.
Yeah, because it was Princess Fiona that let us know. Yeah, I'm like, why does she look so familiar?
Yeah.
And she was
Love her.
Medusa. Yeah, let's cut Medusa's hair off so we don't have to pay for the CGI.
And this is really what the women on this show are just they're human beings. I mean, yeah, they're tough and they've got the training and all that stuff. But they don't try to take over his damn show because it's his show. They're part of it, and they're well-written characters, and they're written like this is the first time in a while. I mean, I can't understate this. This is the first time in a while I've seen a show where the female characters are written well and written just as people who happen to be women, as opposed to written the Marvel MCU way, the Marvel Star Wars way. Basically the phony girl power characters and stuff. So that's quite good.
Yep. And Rob says he feels like a piece of meat. Yeah, you must feel like that when you pose like that all the time, right? Yep.
I always thought
I got to tell you, season 2 is better than season 1.
I agree, but I did like 1. But yeah, so far. And by the way, Gerry, I was when I saw the trailer. I have to admit, I was terrified that it was gonna be the W word, and there were certain things that made me think they could ruin it. Because the women looked like they were in the trailer. They were going to start making it like they were the bigger focus. Yeah, I thought that was going to be, and they have not done that.
Courtney, we're talking about the TV series Taxi Driver, based off of a web series. It's a Korean drama.
Oh, I was thinking about the movie.
No. Taxi Driver is a Korean. That's why
I wrote with De Niro.
Isn't it De Niro
in the movie though? That I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I'm totally.
Taxi Driver.
What? He actually.
They mentioned Taxi Driver, and I thought they were talking about the movie in the chat. I was like,
Yep.
I love that he punched that window out. He did
that was fantastic.
Schwarzenegger did that too. with the first Terminator. He punched a window out for real.
Yeah. But he ain't no robot. He wrapped his hand in his jacket and bust that sucker. That was greatness.
Yeah, he always runs it. He always. Yeah, oh yeah.
If you're a Reacher, you can.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Never watched Reacher.
I love the violence in this show. It's just right.
Yeah. So
now, a friend of mine's reading the book for this because I've not read the book. A lot of friends I've had friends that have. He said they're pretty close to the story. So it's fairly. He says, oddly enough, there's almost no action in the book. The action's on the TV show, but the book is just mostly talking and the story. But it's very similar, right? We said, but obviously, TV show you need action, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to see this guy walking around just talking. You want to see him bust some heads. I mean,
yeah.
I made the joke the other day because I've told several of my friends, including Andre, for a minute. I said, Andre, I got to tell you, man. If I swung that way, you'd be the guy.
Andre or Alan?
Andre. I said that to him and he cracked him up. But I said the same sort of thing with Alan Richardson.
And with that,
I got to tell you, man, if I swung that way, Alan Richardson would not be the guy. I'd be afraid of him breaking me. Yeah,
he's a big feller.
He is monstrous, dude.
And with that,
in the latest episode, dude, did you guys see it? The bus terminal scene,
yeah.
Scene? When he pulls that guy up underneath the truck, I said, "This is what I love." That I said it about my own comic book. The good guy should be the horror character for the bad guy.
Be scary.
He should be Michael Myers or Jason. And when he pulls that guy underneath that fucking bus, I almost lost my shit. I was laughing, going, "Oh my god, this is great!"
One of the best scenes in the season was when they were about to. It's not really a spoiler because they've been going after his old team, and after they tortured his buddy and threw him out, they were about to throw him out of the helicopter. He's laughing. I said, "What's so funny?" He goes, "I'm just thinking about what the big guy's going to do to you."
Yeah.
I didn't know who the big guy was at that point. Yeah, so
he wasn't really sure who Reacher was.
Well, that's why I always love the superhero that's undercover, quote unquote undercover. In his real life identity, he's got to do something to save the day. Like Peter Parker, a lot of time, shoot a web or do something where he's got to save the day, but people can't find out he's a hero. So, of course, you see Reacher, you know how big the guy is. You're not going to mess with him, but Peter Parker or someone like that. I always love that scene where. He's got to help someone, but can't give out, a secret identity. Or one of my favorite panels in comics is The Dark Knight, the Miller scene where he's got Bruce walking down Crime Alley, and there's that scene with the the lighting from one of the street lamps is flickering, and the crooks are about to go after Bruce Wayne, and they're just looking at the look like on his face and like, I don't know, man, he looks awfully big. And Bruce just like stares him, not because he's freaking Batman, right? But that's Batman, right? He's got to have that physique and that look where you're not going to mess with the guy, and that's what Reacher.
Miller drew too big in that, but yeah, here you.
Yeah, I love that. I just love that scene of the. Maybe we don't want to mess with this guy now. Now Reacher. That's why Tom Cruise was just so wrong for that role, and people were mad. I mean, maybe he could act like Reacher, but part of Reacher's mystique is how he's 6'4" in the books, or
he's
280 pounds.
He totally doesn't look like Sherlock Holmes, but it talks like him. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and he's extremely smart. And
they're showing the show because one thing I want to point out is clearly the character is on the spectrum.
Yeah.
As a person myself that's on the spectrum, I recognize other people on the spectrum. And it's like, because there's a way that they talk, and I talk that way sometimes too.
I can recognize it from working.
And
my brother.
His logic and knowledge base is ridiculous. And he will just bring up something and he'll go through a logic statement. 1, 2, 3, 4 about why this leads to this, that, and the other thing. And he'll do that. And I'm like, oh my, and he's being so matter of fact about it. And I just love that. It kind of reminds me of how I felt as a kid with Spock, because I love Spock because of that.
There was a scene in this one of the later episodes where there's a kid who's got to be protected, and someone says Reba right. He's like, and Reacher says, no, yeah, we just got a lot more people to kill or murder or something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, he said it one time in the show, by the way, that bugged me because he said it to the little girl.
But that's what. But then all the people are looking at him. But it's like a matter of fact thing. Yeah, well, everything will be okay once we
kill more people to kill.
Yeah.
But in that latest episode, when he says that right in front of the girl and the mom, like, and what are we going to do then? Well, then we're going to kill them all. And I'm like, I would not have said that. That shows that he's on the spectrum.
Yeah,
he has no filter. He has no filter.
He doesn't really. Yeah, he's not a people person that much, and yet he cares, and in his own way.
And Chief Shadow 1750 says, I like Jack Reacher with Tom Cruise, shot entirely in my home city of Pittsburgh. And I did really like
films.
They're great films. Yeah, they're good stories. But
he's not Jack Reacher.
Yeah, he's not big enough to be Jack Reacher. But yeah, I did enjoy those movies, and they were, they're great.
Well, we get the same
stories,
scene, by the way. We get the fight scene from the first series at the hotel when the guys are there to mess with him. It's the same scene from the movie, and I love that they kept that in there.
Yeah. That was a pretty cool scene in the first season when his buddy, that guy, really good character, the guy who he was at odds with first. The guy was the cop sorry, the cop from Boston that was all up his ass for a while.
In Margrave,
yeah. There was a scene where he's caught in a hotel and Brewster's on the phone. He's nowhere near him, and he has to talk to him about how to tell him how to get out of there because he's about to be shot up in that little ass hotel by a bunch of bad guys. And he says, all right, tell me what your room looks like. I mean, he talked the guy out of it, because he was about to be shot up.
Yeah, it's a good scene.
Yeah,
it is a good scene. I liked season 1. By the way, just to point it out to you, season 1 was the first book. Season 2 is the 8th book.
That's the 8th book?
Yeah, in the series. So it was kind of weird how they were able to work it in, and they brought the cop back for this season 2.
It was a nice.
Yeah, he did a cameo. Yeah,
which was pretty cool. They mentioned how at the beginning, the first one of the season, it had been almost 3 years since the previous season. I'm like, wow, he's been walking around just, Bruce Banner, like David Banner.
They did say, they did reference the time, Margrave and the time in between.
Almost 3 years. Was the series not missed almost 2 years, right?
Yeah. Oh, there was a funny scene with the Terminator 2000, and they're all talking about all the aliases, and one of them was Sarah Connor. He's like, "What do you say? I don't give
a shit." Yeah, he
give a shit about Sarah Connor.
Yeah, which is
that was funny.
Yeah.
Now, I think one of the highlights this season is the actor who plays the New York cop. He was the villain in Stallone's show, King of Tulsa. And he's a really good actor.
Yeah, I like that guy.
I'm trying to find him, and I'm not finding him right now because that guy is so good. Yeah, Russo. Tell me, did anybody get emotional?
Yeah, that was really messed up, man. But you had to see it.
We don't need to give anything away.
But I did.
I got very emotional in that scene. I really did.
I did.
But you know what pissed me off? Why didn't he call it in? He could have had fellow police support. It's on open frequency.
I don't know. He didn't trust anybody because I think he also kind of thought they were going to get to him in time.
Train Sarah Connor.
He probably thought the other guys were going to get to him in time, and Reacher and the gang didn't.
Yep. But this season's been pretty damn exciting, and it's fun because
I want to watch this now.
One more to go.
This is actually interesting to me.
Have you seen the first season now, Courtney?
No, I've never seen any of it. But this is like one thing that you guys have been like talking about.
Do you have Amazon?
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay, they're both on there. Of course, the last season. Right, there's one more to go to this last season of the second season, which comes up next Thursday. They'll have them all. They're two very different types of seasons. But if you start at the beginning, and you won't be disappointed.
I'm gonna have to have a surgery at some point, so I'm gonna need things to watch. This Star Trek and this.
They're only 8 episodes. Well, they're only 8 episodes. So
My big beef with season 1 was the clearly obvious checkbox casting. I was like, but then I ended up liking the characters, so it didn't matter. But what pissed me off was
how involved is the author involved in this? I know he had a cameo.
He's an executive producer. But I got to tell you, my big beef with season 1 was the big boss fight at the end, the final episode. All 3 of the main characters get their big boss fight in one place, and I'm like, bullshit.
Oh, and the scene with the pool, was that the final boss? The pool scene?
No, they're in the warehouse.
In the warehouse.
Rescuing the wife and daughter.
Right.
The pool scene was really cool. What
was the checkbox casting, dude? I don't remember. What was it?
What's that?
What was the checkbox casting?
Well, with the woman and a black character and then at first I thought, this is just going to be some weird casting, but they were so fucking good.
Well, they were good.
I didn't care.
Again, not having read the book, I didn't know if they were just. But yeah, there's still going to be amount of checkbox.
Well, the guy that wrote it,
the
guy that wrote it never served in the military. The guy's kind of a lefty in real life, as is the star of the show. He's kind of a typical Hollywood liberal.
Of course. No, I don't know. I've heard about Alan.
They drink the juice. He drinks the juice, dude. No, don't fall for it.
He drinks
the juice.
I've heard he's in trouble now for actually being religious, but I don't
know. He's made some statements previously during season 1 that were politically. I wouldn't have said
Cena
that.
And like some of those guys, and that's a shame.
I just try to ignore it if I can. I just don't want to know.
Well, what I want is just a good story, and I will watch woke stuff if it's got a good story. And Reacher season 1 had some woke stuff in it, and I didn't care.
You couldn't watch anything in Hollywood over the past 60 years if you had to use that criteria. But you're right. It's just that now it's more in your face. Besides, and that's because it takes front and center in the creation rather than being.
Well, yeah, the whole film or show is on the pulpit rather than trying to tell you a story.
Right, the message was along for the ride, because in something good, sometimes the message was there, like I said, along for the ride. But now it's the front, the center stage. And,
well, the problem with woke today, Mizu makes a great statement about Paul Newman. Paul Newman was a typical Hollywood liberal, but he was a man's man. And
he still made entertaining work, and he
also believed in standing your ground with people. The problem with the shift we've seen is the anti weapons, the anti stand your ground, the anti. You get this thing. It's been going since we were kids. Since I was a kid, of fighting never gets you anything. And I'm like, tell that to all of the Jewish people that were saved from the camps in World War II. Right. Fighting sure helped them. Fighting does help. Sometimes it's the only thing you have left. You do it, and it absolutely will help.
Oh yeah, well,
the way you describe Paul Newman, that's about like how my father is. Like my father he grew up a hippie, but so he's definitely left, but he's manly. You know what I mean? He's not like one of these people that's
right.
I don't know. He doesn't preach like what's going on now.
Well, plus you would probably
liberal. He was a classical liberal. More.
Yeah, you could have a conversation with Paul Newman probably, and he wouldn't, start yelling at you. And I have to say, I did have dinner with Paul Newman one night. Okay, well, I was in the same pizza restaurant with him.
Oh, I thought you were going to say his sauce or his dressing.
Yeah, we were.
I have his dressing in my fridge.
We're at Sally's Pizza.
Is that like Newman's own?
I had dinner then with Danny DeVito twice.
There you go.
Twice.
My wife, my much better half goes, look at those blue eyes. He's like, is that Paul Newman? Like you could see and he was like in the back booth, which I'm sure they had for, people. Sally's in New Haven, if anyone's been there, it's a hole in the wall, but probably some of the best pizza in the world. Very small place, but you could see his blue eyes shining across the room. Don't forget too his charity work he did with Stu Leonard. So he started Newman's Own because he was a great cook too, and he donates all. Well, now of course Paul Newman's passed away, but all the proceeds from his company get donated to great charities. So if you ever see Newman's Own, the children's charity. So what's the name of the camp? Hole in the Wall Gang Camp, and from one of his movies, and so if you ever see Newman's sauce or
It all got started with his dressing. It was
dressing,
his dressing.
Yeah, so Stu Leonard's and Norwalk kind of.
My favorite of his is his Saccaroni spaghetti sauce. It's amazing. It's hot.
Is it?
Oh, it's hot.
Oh, this
better be ready for spicy. It's good. But somebody, Mizu, I think, brought up something about Heston because he was a funny guy, but he was also right of center politically. He was also involved with a lot of the activists. He was an activist back when Hollywood was afraid to be an activist, and he stood up for black.
He marched in
rights.
Selma.
Yeah, he marched in Selma. He was very big, but he did something. He did one of my favorite films of all time is called The Big Country with Gregory Peck and Charlton Heston and a lot of other actors. But there's a scene where they don't like each other in the movie, and finally Gregory Peck visits him at his flop house there on the ranch. He says, "I'm leaving, so I thought I'd come by and say goodbye." And Heston's like, well, okay, let me get my clothes on. So he goes and gets dressed and he goes outside and they're going to have a fist fight. And it's a 10-minute fist fight. It was listed as one of the longest fist fights in film history. And by the end of it, they're exhausted and they're on the ground and they're just like hardly able to get up. And finally, Heston, just sort of on all fours, looks at him and he goes, "You should take a long time to say goodbye."
I witnessed
and hail to lemon
like
pie.
that the other night. I'm not even kidding. It was like a scene from The Outsiders or something. I was in I went to In-N-Out Burger and I was sitting in the parking lot eating, and it was like late at night, and all these kids came out, and there was just this like battle going on for like 10 minutes. Cops never came. They just sat there. I was like, this is...
Usually they throw a few punches then leave.
No, they kept going.
Kevin Tye was a hero of mine growing up. Kevin Tye is why I became an EMT. Him and what's his name? His partner,
Randolph Mantooth.
Randolph Mantooth.
Mantooth. Yep. The two of them inspired me to become a medic.
Boys, there, Mark. He loves.
I love Emergency. Oh God, I love Emergency. Yeah, it's the best. Yeah, just one of the best shows out there. Yeah. Do I have an Emergency?
That had a big impact on me.
I used to watch it. Was it Friday? Emergency. It was about two paramedics when paramedics were, unknown back then too. I mean, there were very few. The paramedic program had just started, so back in the day, you had an emergency, they'd throw you in the back of the ambulance. Maybe they did put some Band-Aids on you or something, but they didn't do any. You didn't get any treatment till you got back to the hospital. So then they started the paramedic program, and emergency actually helped. Because the show was popular.
It was right when it happened. They made the show right when it was happening, and it helped sell the paramedic program. It really did. But by the way,
people are against it too. They didn't want paramedics. They didn't want paramedics doing anything in the field. Yeah.
Mizu made a statement about They Live. Would you highlight that?
Yeah. Which I got a lot. Let's see. Did They Live beat it? Oh yeah.
Okay. 3 films had long fight scenes in them, and I've never timed them myself. 1, They Live. Number 2 was The Quiet Man.
Quiet Man.
John Wayne.
Was a great one.
Number 3 is The Big Country. You have 3 of them.
Quiet Man's the longest one. Got to be.
I don't know. It would be nice.
Long, man.
They take a break during the fight. And does that get included while they're sitting there drinking Guinness? I don't know.
Well, it didn't last. The break didn't last too long, but okay.
Yeah, it's only like 3 minutes. I think it's a 3-minute break.
But that fight in They Live is fantastic.
I love that movie. Him and Victor McLaughlin.
And there's a movie with an agenda. There's a movie with John Carpenter came out and said it. He hated Reagan. He hated conservatives. He hated Republicans. Yep. And I don't agree with any of his politics. I said when he wrote that stuff, when he said that in an interview, I said, "What a jackass!" And I love his movies, and I still love that movie.
Well, here's the irony. Too, yeah. Here's the irony. It was the same thing with Escape from New York. Both films were anti-Reagan.
I love it. Yep.
But in the end, who were the people that get caught doing that stuff for real?
Yeah.
It's not the people he hates.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
I got to work with him. You guys know that, right? I got to
work with Roddy.
I'm a big fan of his.
Don't you know?
Huge. I took the job because it's shitty pay. I only took the job so I could get to work with him. and I did the artwork for the movie Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies.
Oh,
I did the official artwork for that movie, and I got to draw him. It was fun. He's a nice guy.
Oh, Melted Coppers wasn't Shatner host on an ambulance show? He did.
Yeah.
Was it called Rescue 911?
Rescue 911, and it was
recreated ambulance wreck. Yeah, so he wasn't.
My first team
in the field
was on it. My first team,
you were?
As an EMT, was on the show. I wasn't on it, but my team was on there because there was a scene where a woman got pinned by a car in the pickup lane at a grocery store there in town, and it was featured on the show, and I was like, "Oh shit!" They got to reenact it themselves.
Wow, yeah. And T.J. Hooker, well, he was a cop there, yeah. But
I hated that show.
I love T.J. Hooker because he set the world record.
I hated the name.
He was able to hang on to those car.
He could ride the car. He could ride on the car for hours.
Yeah.
He
really
they did a clip on that on Saturday Night Live with the.
He did his driving stunts too.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
What?
Oh, he did.
He did his driving stunts. He taught Bruce Campbell how to do the brake turn.
Who?
Oh wow.
Shatner did.
Mm-hmm. Bruce Campbell loves to tell that story.
You ever see the Nimoy episode of that one?
Yes.
Mark had Nimoy on it.
When I heard he was going to be on there, I had to watch it.
Oh,
but I didn't like the show. I didn't like what's his name, one of his cops with the
med. Yeah, it was a goofy show. It wasn't that great. It was, but it was Shat. But yeah,
and I hated the Hooker name.
Wasn't a great show. Hooker's a dumb name.
Yeah, but who was the lady? That was the blonde girl who was
Heather Locklear.
Heather Locklear, yeah. How could I forget her
I'll
name?
tell you which show I liked.
She was married to Tommy Lee from Motley Crue.
Yeah, the show with Shatner that I really liked was Shit My Dad Said.
Oh, sorry.
What a funny show!
It
didn't get it.
Hey,
it didn't get treated correctly.
Maddie's daddy, or he was. There he is.
Oh, I got to change my.
Did you guys see it?
Oh, let me fix my thing here.
Hey, buddy.
Did you guys see the show?
No, I never saw that. I know about it, but I never saw it.
Shit, My Dad Said.
Yeah, I remember.
Funny,
I know of it, but
funny show.
What's up, Steve?
How's it going?
Hi, Steve.
What's up,
Thor? Greetings, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Thor.
Your hair's getting long. It's longer than mine.
I finally got Maddie to sleep, so here I am.
Well, good to see you, dude.
Did you make her watch Echo to put her to sleep?
Well, let's.
Oh, hail to Vegas store.
we have to change that photo to an old fat guy now. Yeah. Hey, I heard you guys talking about the Quiet Man. If I may, I'd like to do my favorite scene from the Quiet Man.
Please.
Okay.
As long as I don't get a copyright strike.
No, he's going to reenact it.
Oh yes, he's being quiet.
That was the joke, guys. That was.
Oh, I get it.
Oh wow,
that's a great movie. Huh?
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yep.
That's the movie with Barry Fitzgerald doing a typical Southern Irish accent.
Yeah.
Lemon Pie. I think it's just because she was like an 80s baby. She got popular,
Victor McLagan.
Heather Locklear. Oh, she was she got very popular. And whenever she came to a show, she saved it too. So Melrose Place.
Swamp Thing I think Mars Monkey didn't hear what I said. Or Mars Monkey Max. It was called Shit My Dad Said. And it starred William Shatner.
Yeah.
And it got
hearing about that.
I remember hearing of it, telling him how long it lasted. I mean,
it should have lasted longer. It was actually funny. Anything James Burrows is willing to work on, it's going to be good.
Yeah, James Burrows. Yeah, pretty funny.
So Multicopper says Heather was hot for 80s women, weren't as hot then. I guess you're trying to say maybe. I don't know. I can tell you it was someone in the 80s. She was one of the hottest things going. Yeah, yeah. But and Heather Thomas was on The Fall Guy with Marky Post.
The hotter Heather.
The hotter Heather. Yep, Heather Thomas. Yep. But yeah, you look back at the styles and the fashions, and you're like, that was popular then. What the hell we were thinking? And of course, everyone works out now and is in much much better shape. Lisa's telling me, calm down, Mark. Yeah, I watched The Fall Guy for the stunts. Come on.
Yeah.
And Don, I loved Heather Locklear in the original Melrose Place. Yeah, I watched. That was a show I had to watch with my wife every week. So yeah, I had to suffer through Heather Locklear. Yeah.
What do you guys think of the new movie coming out?
Which movie?
The one with Ryan Gosling as the Fall Guy.
Fall Guy?
Oh yeah.
I saw the trailer.
It looks good. It looks like it can be fun.
Yeah, it might be all right.
Every time I hear Ryan Gosling, every time I hear Ryan Gosling, I think of the thing that people were doing with trying to feed him. Is that the same person? Like they would put a spoon up to the TV and they'd be like, Ryan Gosling won't eat. Those things used to crack me up.
Yeah. The thing about this is Lee Majors is apparently a major character within the film.
I heard he was going to be in it, but I didn't know it was a major character. Oh.
That's what they said in one of the articles I read, is that he is a major character within the film.
Hope he doesn't sing the song.
I hope he does.
Sing a song.
I hope he does.
I love that song.
Yeah.
I love that song.
The
only thing in that song was nude photos of Farrah Fawcett.
Bobbins and Farrah, it's true, her body of a pea. Is that? Oops, I'm just about to do my sick version. Sorry, it's a habit.
Well, I hate how they Melrose Place, because when they originally started, it was more lighthearted. And then I think it was around the third season, they switched it to more drama.
Was that when Heather Locklear came on, or? And I think I've watched every episode of Melrose Place.
I stopped watching when it went that way.
I watched every episode of that show.
I hate fake drama.
I love 90210. That was my.
That was a fun show.
Yeah, 90210.
I was in the Army.
The first two
and it was one of those guilty pleasures we used to watch in the barracks.
Well, in college, whenever Al Bundy came on, Married with Children, that was a Sunday night. It's like Al Bundy's on, and also Baywatch, or as the kids in college called it, Baywatch.
I know the kid who played Hobie. I can't talk right now. Hobie. I hung out with him like 20 years ago. He was like a buddy of mine. Jeremy
on Baywatch.
Yeah, Jeremy Johnson. Yeah.
He was Mitch's kid, right, on the show. Hobie wasn't Hobie
on the show, yeah.
He was Knight Rider's son. Yeah. David Hasselhoff.
Oh, did your friend leave?
Oh, maybe Steve got maybe his interwebs went bad. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Steve. Don't go, Steve.
Rang.
Married with Children, though, I love that show. Everyone called my mom Peggy Bundy. My mom was like Peggy back at the window. Like, smoking cigarettes, boiling water, not really cooking. Even though my mom worked hard, but
yeah,
call her that. She was a redhead with the dressed like
that was a great show. The show was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was just a lighthearted comedy. Yeah, just yeah. So this was funny. A great scene in Reacher, that funeral scene. That was very, very well done.
Yeah. Great character. He was a good character. I
really like that guy.
Yeah, they built up his character a lot, or gave you a lot of backstory. Because Reacher
actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reacher's. He reminds me a little bit of Michael Chiklis, but that's a compliment.
Yes, yeah.
But
because he can play bad, like a really hateful, you just hate him. But turn around and play a character like this, and you just like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I hear it beeping. Is Steve trying to get back in? Nope.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, hopefully,
hopefully, Steve, if you're hearing this, dude, did something happen?
Or maybe Maddie rang, maybe.
Oh yeah,
but
just got Maddie to sleep.
Yep. So put Echo back on for her, and she'll fall asleep.
2 hours up. He's 2 hours behind me. 3 hours behind you. So.
Yeah. But yeah, this was a great. And Reacher, of course, thinks this minor spoilers. Someone on his team, might be dirty. Selling something.
Bent. I love the word
bent. Yeah, and they think this cop might be. He thinks the cop might be crooked too, and he's not sure if he can trust them. But this scene in this episode 5 really did a great job of. He's not crooked too. From the viewer's point of view, but Reacher is rightly suspicious of him. and there's some great interactions there and great dialogue and some great scenes, and how he's helping out this kid here. So I really like that scene. The only thing that really got me going crazy was it the 6th episode? There's a massive shootout, when they're trying to, the bad guys are after one of the daughters, this cop and the daughter. So the cop is taking the daughter to safety to try to hide her. They think everyone's after Reacher and the gang, without giving away too much stuff. But then they have this massive shootout. I mean, the cars are not bulletproof, right? If you ever watched the Mythbusters episode, so it's going to go right through everything. So there's a big long chase scene, and there's hundreds of rounds getting fired, and no one's getting hit. And that's the only thing that drove me crazy with in that scene where. I don't know what you guys thought of that, or have you seen? I
had problems with that scene. I told you earlier. My problem was he should have called it in. He should have
called it in. Yeah.
He didn't know to trust, so he was counting on the other guys. But,
it wouldn't matter. You would call it in because you have a matter of record. It's an open air.
Well, just telling you, that's
if something happens. Then
I'm not saying he shouldn't have. I agree with you should have. I'm thinking that's why he didn't, though. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a typical movie gunfight. It's like cars are bulletproof. It's like, no, there's a reason people pay a lot of money for security if they're Lucky Muck or someone to have their cars made bulletproof. And
Mark, what did he do when he asked the girl to get out of the car? He told her to get in front of the wheel well.
Yeah,
because the wheel well will block bullets.
Yeah, with the axle there. Yeah, or the engine
and the wheel well.
Yeah. So at least they had that. I did catch that line, but. It's just one of those pet peeves in movies where if you ever taken your car door apart, like I open up the door on my '67 Mustang, to work on it, and that probably has a lot more sheet metal than a modern car. There's not much in there.
Oh my gosh, modern cars are like Barbie Ferraris, like they're like plastic.
Yeah, so that's just a minor.
Yeah,
and every movie and TV show does it, but. At least you're right, Gary. They did tell him to go behind the wheel well. But
when he told her that, I was like, thank God.
Yeah.
Because the bullets will go underneath it too. And it's just
well, if anyone's watched that Mythbusters episode, I love I don't know if Mythbusters.
I used to love that
YouTube.
show too.
I don't know if you can find it, but they did an episode of how bulletproof are cars, and they're showing they put the ballistic dummy in there and they're using 22s and they're shooting through the door.
Yeah.
And the poor dummy.
The thing that blew my mind on that show when they did that episode about like they were eating like lemon poppy seed muffins, and they proved that you can test positive for like opiates or something from eating them. God. I was like, what?
So that's why I didn't get my government job.
No, that's been kind of known since the 70s.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I had a problem
because I was told not to eat poppy seed.
Yeah,
anything.
I wasn't, and I was working at a financial institution like when that show was out, and we got drug tested there. It's funny, they don't drug test you to work with children in schools, but if you work with money, they drug test you.
Yeah.
That's our world.
And other businesses that have nothing to do with that kind of stuff, they also test you.
Yeah. But they don't for you to work with children, which I did for years. It's so
of course not.
I remember watching an episode of Mythbusters where they had the heavyset guy with the mustache was going to prove or bust that the ninja water shoes worked or didn't. And so he basically put them on and stepped in his pool and sank and said, well, this myth is busted. And I'm thinking, those guys started training when they were 3 years old. Maybe not having a guy who, pulls a hammy opening a bag of Doritos. Maybe he's not the best guy to try to bust.
Maybe somebody with some martial arts skills.
A little bit, yeah. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe a guy who can, who can bench press a paperclip could be a better guy to test these things. Not just come out and say, well, this myth is busted.
Yeah. Oh, that was a classic Seinfeld. I think it was Elaine who keeps getting busted for having the poppy seed bagels, and she keeps.
I used to watch Seinfeld too. How did I miss that? When I saw that episode, I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
So we're all giving Reacher here 1 and 2, 2 thumbs up. For us on the panel have seen it.
One more episode to go, then I'm gonna be sad because it might be like 3 years before we get another show about season. It was but I'm sure we will get another one now. But
how many episodes?
Eight episodes.
8 episodes.
8 episodes is so wimpy, man. They make 8 episodes of shows now. I call it a season. I get it. It's just that it's not like the old days. I'm not asking for the 60s where they would make 30 episodes a season. I was telling Mark the other night how there were a couple of westerns back in the 60s that were not an hour. They were 90-minute westerns. At least 2 or 3 for sure, like the Virginian and Cimarron Strip and some other ones that would make 20 to 30, 25, 30 episodes. Well, you can't do that now. I get it. But even like the Trek shows, the 90s, like 25, 23, 24 episodes. Now every show's, if they make 6 or 8 of them, they consider that to be a lot of a season of anything. There's nothing goes past like 8 or 9 episodes anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the one hand, it's I don't mind it so much in terms of they're only telling one story in these shows. So in the old days when we got the classic, anthology,
I miss episodic television.
Episodic. So if we got like a 22 episode season of Reacher, there was 22 different stories, or maybe a couple 2-parters thrown in here and there, I would love it. But you're getting one story, so that was one of the things I didn't like about Luke Cage. I'm like, I like the actor, like some of the show, but then they drug it out to what was that, 14 episodes or 12 episodes, and
well, if the reason why though with a lot of these shows they do shorter seasons is also because they're longer episodes, and so you're getting almost a movie length episode.
Yeah.
And so therefore, if you split them up, like if you remember back how Doctor Who used to be, you would get a 3-part story arc.
The original show, you talking about the new Who, like from?
No, I'm talking about the old Doctor Who.
Well, there were 4 parts
into 22. 6 parts. There'd be 22 minutes
or 6 parts.
My point is that they were 22 minutes each, and then with the newer Doctor Who, they make longer episodes, but fewer for the season. But it still ends up kind of adding to the same thing.
Yeah, but BBC's always been like that. But American television used to be average like 24, 25 episodes a season now.
That's why they do it.
But there were also episodic.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper.
Well, we spent way more money on TV back then than they did. But yeah.
Yeah, some idiot got into an argument with me over Star Trek. They had brought up classic Star Trek, right? Mm-hmm. And he says, well, look at how many bad episodes there were. I said, good or bad, what was important was the character development that you got out of them. Because if it weren't for those 22 to 20, was it 22 episodes for Star Trek?
Something like 23 or 24. It was roughly,
the first season was 27, wasn't it?
27, maybe, yeah.
You look at that and you realize that whether the story was strong or not wasn't what was important. It was the development of the characters and how the fan base began loving those characters. If you'd done half of that, they wouldn't have loved them as much.
Third season had a lot of clunkers, but first 2 seasons have very few clunkers. Those are 2 extraordinarily great seasons with maybe 1 or 2 that were a little weak. I would go against anybody on.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Miri. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Miri.
I'm not a big fan of it either, but compared to the last season 3 years.
Oh yeah.
I mean, alternative factors, garbage, no matter what, wherever you are. Private
even the Monster of the Week episode that became the premiere.
Man crap, I don't like much. I'm with you there, but for the most part, look at all the great ones. Look at all the great ones in the first 2 seasons.
Oh yeah. But the important thing is look at how much character development you get from even the episodes that weren't so great. You still understand them.
Except for alternative factor, because they write the characters wrong in that episode. It's actually it's not even.
It was a bad mistake.
Oh, wait, which one's that one? Which one's that one?
Alternative factor is probably is the worst written dialogue for our characters. They don't seem like our characters in that episode.
The character of Lazarus, who was living between all the different dimensions.
I didn't like that episode.
Oh,
it's a
nobody
episode.
Does.
Yeah.
Almost nobody.
And Kirk is being a jerk, and Spock is being, they're not even acting like themselves in the episode too when you read the writing. But it's quite a mind. There's a handful of not very good episodes out of those.
Almost special in how bad that episode is.
Yeah. So
speaking of special, aren't we supposed to talk about a special kid?
We're going to talk a little bit about Echo, but I think Maddie's daddy has to pop out. I think he said in the private chat. So
yeah, I'm on daddy duty tonight. So
it was good to see you, though, bro.
Sorry I could only drop in for a moment, but
I hear you,
my wonderful toddler is asleep in the next room, and if she wakes up and I'm not there,
you will be in trouble.
She will cry, and I hate to see her cry because, as those of you who have met her know, she's like a wonderful child. So
I cry every day I don't see you, Steve. So I understand.
I do too.
Wow, it's so hard to get sincerity out of Claudia. I keep waiting for the punchline here.
I meant it.
I'm just like, I'm amazed at how beautiful your hair looks. I'm so jealous. It really
even I wouldn't go that far.
Wow.
It looks amazing. And I like the facial hair too. You look good.
What's your favorite conditioner?
I'm trying to figure out what Courtney needs. a place to stay when you're in Vegas, a date for your lonely friend.
No, I already have
your DVD player
in Vegas.
No offense, Steve, but I like Courtney's hair better than yours. I just want to go on record.
I think yes,
No,
Courtney.
I didn't wash it today. So
I don't know how. I don't know how I got such a beautiful child, but I'm not gonna look my gift horse in the mouth. But yeah, I brought her home a cookie from work, and she asked if she could share it, save half and share it with a friend at school. So.
That's awesome.
But I will stop bragging about my child now, and I will bid you all good night.
All right, buddy.
Next week I will be here for the whole time, I think. So this is why I'm also This is also why I'm speaking so low.
I want to wake up Maddie. Yeah.
Yeah. So have a great stream, everybody.
And safety tip: don't watch Echo.
Yeah.
You know, it's so
for that.
I only have one nerd friend here in Vegas, and he said so far it's great. And I just
what? But
yeah.
none of
his nerd car away.
He is Thor.
Wow.
You should see his Thor picture.
Mark actually brought up my Thor picture a minute ago.
I do have it. Yeah,
I
do have it. Yeah. Where the heck is it hiding? Yep. Where's Maddie dead? Where's Maddie's daddy? Here we go. Yep.
Adventures in Babysitting. I love that picture.
Who is actually the kingpin now in Echo?
Yeah.
That's right.
That's come full circle.
Yeah. He was the kingpin on Daredevil. On Echo, he's nothing. He's an echo there. He's an echo of the kingpin.
It's an echo of his former self.
Yes.
Maddie's daddy makes Thor look hot. But I feel weird saying that because my cousin's name is Thor. So
I actually knew a woman in Baton Rouge who dated a guy named Thor. His actual name, he was from Norway. His name was Thor. And
yeah, my cousin is Thor. Right, that's his first name.
This guy was 5'6".
No, my cousin's probably 6 foot, maybe 5'11".
But in any event, have a good stream. Sorry to slow down the convo.
That's right. We're gonna head out of here pretty relatively.
Good to see you, man.
Too, but yeah, great to see you and say hi to Maddie. Yep,
will do. Have a great rest of the stream, everybody.
Night, brother.
All right, take care. Yeah. So, we got to play the Maddie's Daddy Mighty Thor theme on the way out. So if I can find it quick enough, where all my intros and outros hiding. Here we go. Thank you for being here, Steve. Yeah, no, I'm just boomer. I just boomer. Yeah, it's late too. So yeah. No, don't go, says Melted Copper.
That's how I feel. I just love him.
It's a good old friend.
Good guy. Yep. So we'll talk about Echo for
42 years. Wow.
So we'll talk about Echo for a few minutes because that's all it deserves, and then we'll get out of here and let everyone get to bed so they get to work tomorrow. Or I guess a lot of people have the day off tomorrow too. So. Yep. But so anyway, Echo, for those of you who don't know, follows the comic book character Echo, but with radically different powers. So I think she was introduced in Daredevil. Probably, I think, right, Clever and Times.
Daredevil comic, yeah. It was what was after my time. I wasn't reading any of that. After Bendis, or after Kevin Smith left the series, or whatever it was. However, even though I didn't know nothing really about that comic version of the character, I can tell you that she actually looked good and looked like that in the comics. So they had to make sure
this was
look as unattractive as possible for an MCU TV show.
Yeah, so she's in Daredevil #9, which I do have, and then she was Ronin in the comics. Of course, you saw Ronin in the
she was Ronin
movie
was on Hawkeye.
As Hawkeye, yeah. So, but she was Ronin. So David Mack and Joe Quesada.
Oh yeah, the David Mack run. Yeah,
there were some good books there. I think I remember enjoying this book back in the day. It's been 25 years.
Look like
now.
that in the TV show.
Yeah.
She's pretty in there. She's so pretty.
Yeah, so she's a deaf character in the comic as well, and then she's expert martial artist, and she can. The cool thing about her powers is that she can copy the fighting style or copy anything, photographic reflexes that anyone has. So if she's fighting Daredevil, she can copy Daredevil's fighting style. And then she figures out, the Daredevil can easily move to the dark and exploits it by finding a place where Daredevil's heightened senses are useless. Yep. Yeah, because if Daredevil's in a area with a ton of sunlight or a lot of noise, and in the comic, Kingpin has killed her father. So they flip that up in the series, although then they try to blame that on King, but she was an enjoyable character in the comics back when she premiered, and it's so I'm trying to find the quote, but I think the on the TV show, one of the producers or directors, she said, "Oh, her powers are really lame."
Yep.
What?
And I don't think was it a pun? No, sorry.
Yeah. So I think there's a quote in here, and I thought her powers that's a pretty damn cool power. I mean, it's a copy of Taskmaster, but it's still a cool power. Was she considered a mutant on Daredevil, or
no? Well, she wasn't on Daredevil. She was on the Hawkeye. And
I'm sorry. In the actual comic books,
in the actual comic, I wasn't reading the comic at the time.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if she would be considered a mutant. At that point, so and Maddie's daddy's still in the chat, so he's still here. But
it was it's sort of like Taskmaster. It is similar, but
yeah,
or even similar to Nemesis. Taskmaster is kind of a ripoff of Nemesis Kid from the Legion of Superheroes, which is way before.
Yeah. So they take a lot of the same stuff from the character in terms of the origin, but they twist a few things. Twist a few things around.
By the way, Nemesis Kid and Taskmaster were created by the same guy, so it figures.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I don't like it when they change things at all. With I'm just very. I mean, I never
either
read any of these, but I just I don't like the whole. Yeah.
Well, the one good thing I'll say about it is she's riding a very cool, slightly modified Royal Enfield GT 650, which is a really nice motorcycle. I'm a motorcycle person, so
nice. I didn't know that, Mark.
Yeah, I love motorcycles. Yep. So
I've been around people that I dated or had my dad and my stepdad. They're all bikers.
So I just love motorcycles, and I have a few of them, as they say. So
what do you have?
Well, I have 14 motorcycles. So
what? Okay, so do you have any British bikes? Or
I do have. I have a couple of Italian motorcycles. These are all my dad's that got passed on to me when he passed, unfortunately. But
you have Ducati.
I have a Gilera motorcycle, which is an Italian bike from the fit. Well, my dad had them, and I have them now. But we've got a racing motorcycle. I've also got I've got 3 CB450s, which are the Black Bomber, the Honda Black Bomber, which kind of is a cafe racer, which is the started this kind of look. and got a couple of British bikes and Japanese bikes.
What do you have?
Honda
Like
CB4.
Triumph, Norton, BSA.
I got a BSA 451 Lightning from 19. What year is it? A 67? Yep. BSA Lightning. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
My
so
friends,
someday
they actually had a TV show. It only lasted one season. It was called was it called? I might have been called Liberty Cycles, which is the name of their shop. I can't remember now the name, but they worked on all British bikes, and
yeah, there's some great stuff.
they were building like a
Someday
pre-unit and stuff like that. It was pretty cool.
Someday I got to do some streams on motorcycles, but
Yeah, you definitely have to.
I think
The
I've
thing they
shown
say
a few of
a
them
lot of those
sometimes.
bikes though is that you have to be a mechanic to ride them.
Oh yeah, the old British bikes. Yeah, forget it. Yeah. And all my bikes are the newest bike I have is a 1994, so it's all carbureted. So yeah, nothing runs easy. Yep. Oh, JT Kirk, I've never seen Son of Anarchy, but I've heard that's a really good show. And yeah, Melted Copper. Yeah, that Harry Osborn, Gwen Stacy storyline. They were clones. I mean, that was a pretty bad storyline. Yeah, Joe Quesada, One More Day. Yeah, that was pretty bad, to quote.
Yes. Pretty awful.
Yeah, so give a quick Echo recap. So basically, if you've watched the Hawkeye show, Hawkeye is finally able to escape the clutches of the evil Christmas tree that he was stuck in for a while, even though he's fought people from another planet. But he gets stuck in that Christmas tree, and Hawkeye Jr. is able to save him. And I do actually like that comic book that that show is based on, but that was a failure of a TV show. I think if they just copied that comic, it would have been a lot better off. And I made you read that comic book clobbering times too. You weren't David Aja. You weren't too mad at me for that one, but we so yeah. So basically, the problem with the show is I can't even get. It's a terrible show. But I can't even get that upset about it because it's so boring. I mean, it's 5 episodes. If you want to, I guess you could just watch the last hour. And I was falling asleep on the couch watching this a couple days ago. And my better half, she's like, wake up, you're snoring. And she's like, I'm like, I got to watch Echo because I got to talk about it. She's like, well, why are you watching it? You know, it sounds so boring. And she's on the computer, not watching it, just listening. She's like, this show sounds so yeah, or listening to the show. Now, part of the problem is there's a lot of sign language in the show, which, you know, on the face of it, yeah, you shouldn't hold that against the show, but it does slow the show down a lot just because the dialogue takes longer. So I don't know if you noticed that, Clobbering Times, or Gary, have you seen Echo? Have you suffered through it? Gary's not suffered through Echo. Okay, yeah, we're going to keep this short.
I'm never going to watch it.
You're never going to watch it. Yeah, never going to watch it. Yeah. On Mizu, yeah, 3D printing. Yeah, it does help for some things, especially if you're going to, if you've got to fix something, you could do a mock-up. And some small parts
that are hard to find. Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, or small parts. I've been able to print a few things, or like there was a part of the throttle on my CB400. Plastic piece broke, so you had to print one to fix. No problem. Yep, fix it to print it, but yeah, so you can use it for 3D printing. That definitely does help, but it's not. The problem is it's not as strong, as as a cast, molded injected part, but definitely has some uses. Yeah. So basically,
you were saying about. I had to run off for a second real quick. So go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, basically, the Echo, her character, becomes a hitman for Kingpin, basically. She's a mass murderer, and she decides that she's going to take out Kingpin, I guess.
Well, at the end of Hawkeye, she thinks she intended, for all intents and purposes, she kills him. She thinks he's killed him.
Shoots him in the face.
She tries to shoot him in the head, and we think, at that scene, and they recap it in the first episode, that she's tried to kill him for, when she finds out, what he did when what I believe it was Hawkeye told her or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, we think that she's killed, and then we find out later that he survived and he lost an eye or something. She shot him right in the eye, I guess. Turns out.
Yeah. I think it missed his eye. It's actually missed his eye, right?
What I thought it was like a hole in his eye, like a hole there, whatever it was. She shot him in the head, and he lived.
Yeah.
Kingpin,
For dead. Yeah.
And I tried to after slogging through the first episode, which is a bore fest, which has an absolutely ludicrous scene where she fights and holds her own against Daredevil, which is in that scene in itself is a flashback where the first time she goes to work to do a job for Kingpin. He sends her with two of his hitters to go after some other criminals and to kill a bunch of dudes. And Daredevil shows up, fights those guys, fights her, and she holds her own against them. And I'm like, wait a minute. Previous to this, all we've seen, as far as all the information we have about her, she has no powers at this point, by the way. Okay. All we've seen is like, as a younger girl, he had her trained in some dojo or some kind of whatever. She'd been learning how to fight. And I'm like, wait a minute. She can take on Daredevil, and we don't have any information why she can take on Daredevil, and that's it. It's a 2-minute fight. It's poorly done. I watch it because, I love the Daredevil TV show. And Charlie
don't forget that I got to interrupt, but don't forget that Daredevil just leaves the scene. They have that fight, and then she just
just leaves her there. Yeah, and and then after that scene, Kingpin's so impressed with us. No one none of my men have ever been able to hold their own against him like you did.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's pathetic. She doesn't have any training we know of.
I'll be right back in a few seconds if you could cover for me.
There's a gesticulation move that really describes the problem. And this is the move right here.
That is a good problem to have. Now here you let's see.
That's what I think of.
I was just trying to you can make it bigger. I was just trying to show this. We were talking about
that's what she said.
Supporting independent and whatnot earlier. This is independent artist Odin Dasko.
Okay.
Daredevil. So
you have Daredevil and Bullseye in that shot. That's very nice. Reminiscent in some ways of Miller.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You guys were talking about it. So I could show you.
It's pretty cool. Looks pretty
and
good.
And then give Odin Dasko a shout out.
I don't know the artist, do I? Is he a name, or you said it was an independent?
He's on YouTube.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think he's
well, that's a pretty nice piece of work.
I'm not sure. But yeah,
there you go.
He's definitely in the indie scene. So
well, I like it. Nice. Yep. I'm a big fan of the Daredevil, of course, on Nick's channel. Not Nick's channel, sorry, on J-Man's channel this month. We just started covering we're reviewing Miller's entire run of Daredevil. It was a classic. It changed comics at the time. And this Echo show has nothing to do with that. I felt guilty because Mark watched all 5 episodes of this crap. And I watched a couple of review shows where they told everything that happened in it. So I'm like, everybody else is putting up through. Let me go and try another one. I sat through one. Usually, I watched the second one, and I'm like, oh man, I can't do this. I know there are only 3 more, but I can just listen to what other people say and I don't care. It's so bad. It's so boring, and she's so thoroughly unlikable. And from what everyone told me, that there's no redemption arc there. She's just an awful, rotten person all the way through. She gets her Buffy-like Slayer powers later toward the end with all that stuff with her tribe. And it all takes place on a reservation that she grew up on later. And
why did she go back to the reservation and put everyone in danger?
She put all her people in danger. Kingpin goes back. From what I understand, Kingpin wants to hand over everything. After her trying to kill him now, she wants to hand over her quote-unquote kingdom to her. And she just hates it. She doesn't care. It's like it just sounds turgid and boring and like every other MCU/MCU thing right now. So
the problem is, it's not that it's a woman character; it's just a very poorly written woman character.
Of course, wonderful.
Yeah, no, I'm just clarifying for people. But I mean, I'm looking around my room with all my collectibles, and there's a ton of female characters in this room, and statues and posters and action figures, and this character is nothing like the comic book character. Not interesting, not exciting. The fight scenes aren't that good either. At least you could say, oh well, maybe the show wasn't top notch, but there were no kick-ass fight scenes in it. The Daredevil fight scene was pretty bad.
That silly hang kick that she does is just ridiculous looking.
The one in the Daredevil one, right, where she leaves her leg,
where she's fighting Daredevil, and she grabs her leg in midair to stop it, and then follow through. And it's just like it's so weak. It's a terrible kick.
Too slow. Yeah.
Well, they decided to do instead of up close and personal, they kept doing wide shots, and that's a terrible way. If you've got people who are not true martial artists, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, and you could tell that in that scene. I mean,
the
Billy Club was very cool. I love seeing the Billy Club and how that worked, and the extension.
It's nice to see that. Yeah, I agree. I love the Billy Club.
Billy Club was well done.
That Daredevil show, those first 2 seasons in particular, are one of the best things they'll ever do, translating from a comic book to a film or TV. It was beautiful. Yeah, it was brutal. It was brutal. It was so hyper. 3rd season had some issues with, but it was still all right. But it was amazing stuff. And to go from there to this, as we have, is, I mean, is this maybe not worse than She-Hulk? That's so unbelievably, horribly bad.
I'd rather watch She-Hulk than this, I think.
Well, I guess you could, if you want to laugh, because you can't even laugh at this. It's just boring. And it's bad. And it's, I don't know, she's more boring than She-Hulk. You're right. It's almost comical how bad She-Hulk is, but it is.
I think Retroblasting likes She-Hulk, though, right?
I'm not going to indict my very dear friend for liking something. You're not going to get me. Look, love you, Michael. He said that I didn't. Yeah, dude, he's my friend.
Damn it, Mark.
Well, you have to seriously. Man.
Why do you have to do that?
People can like whatever they want to like. Yeah, what are you going to do? But
yeah,
I was going to say, they're talking about you over there. So anyway, look, I agree with what Melted Copper says right here. It's like Agatha, for God's sake. Now, first few episodes of WandaVision were mildly interesting, then it turned into horrible garbage. But that lady that plays Agatha, she was, cute lady and all that stuff. She does nothing like the Agatha, of course, the Harkness from the comic book. And like he says, did I miss a fat stack of Agatha comics? No, there are no Agatha comics. And they're going to make a TV show about a character that had Echo had no comics other than she didn't have her own series ever, did she?
I don't think so.
It was just in Daredevil.
Yeah, they should have done. They should have done a Daredevil show. Yeah, maybe have Echo in for like 3 or 4 episodes would have been okay.
Then again, they made a movie called Captain Marvel. She's had 7 series because they keep getting canceled.
Yeah.
At least 6 shots in a series. It doesn't make it past 12 issues.
Yeah, no, it's just
it's just. Of course, boring. That's the stuff that Feige wants to use. Is the stuff that doesn't sell.
Doesn't sell, but he likes it, I guess.
Yeah, you've got so many other great characters in Marvel that are more well known.
A lot of good female characters they could use.
Yeah. I mean, a Black Widow. I mean, you can't do it now, but a Black Widow series would have been very cool, I think. Or a Black Cat.
If they done it, if they hadn't waited so long.
We can't do that because of Sony.
I don't even like She-Hulk, but you could have done her well. You could have done it the way, based it on the actual comics that people did like of her, instead of doing what you did with her.
Yeah, I mean, this was just
you could break every cringe muscle in your body watching She-Hulk.
And the other thing is that drove me crazy is she's not a redeemable character. In the end, she's not really redeemed.
Echo's evil.
She's evil, and she's a mass murderer. She's an assassin. I mean, that was the thing with Elektra too. I mean, but that's got so many more layers to that story. The classic Miller, which you're covering on J-Man's channel, versus she's not a good person in this show, and you don't care about any of these characters. And Daredevil was just, a stunt. He was in there for 30 seconds. If by now everyone's probably seen the fight scene, and we kept hoping, Daredevil would show up, but it's just so damn boring. It's just, I can't even get, I'm not even up to it. I don't really get upset about most shows, or like what they did to Luke Skywalker. Well, that got me angry, but this is just so blah. It's just, and the other thing I would too, I mean, today you have cochlear implants. I know one of my friends, his son actually had one of the first cochlear implants for an infant, and he had it, very, very young, and grew up, being able to hear with the cochlear implants. So one story was joke with, he was in scout camp, the showers close at 9:30. So one of the young counselors is banging on the door, and they're like, "Get out of the shower! Like you're not allowed to be there past 9:30." He's banging. He's like, "What are you, deaf?" And then his other buddy's like, "Well, actually, he is deaf and he can't hear you right now." The poor kid, the counselor, almost lost it. He was like, "Oh my God, I didn't mean." Well, he can't hear you, and his cochlear implants. But Kingpin is got more money than he knows what to do with. He could have gotten the character cochlear implants, which also doesn't make sense to the, him growing up or her growing up with Daredevil. I don't think, with Kingpin, I don't think that happened in the comics. That Daredevil, I keep saying Daredevil. Kingpin became a surrogate father. I can't even remember, but that's just a minor thing. But it's just she's just a boring character. I can't even comment on the actress because she's got no material to work with here. I mean, just there's not much going on.
She actually is, by the way, missing. I think is actually missing a leg and deaf and mute, right?
She is, yeah. So,
like the actor.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So if you have anytime you have a character now that it has any kind of, like for example, some kind of handicap or whatever, you have to actually get it because of Hollywood's so ridiculous now. So, which makes me think, what about, how horrible is it that Charlie Cox is not blind and plays Daredevil? That's ableist or whatever.
It's all so ridiculous. It is.
They found, look, how many blind actors do you ever hear of? They got one for that stupid Andorian character on Strangled Dude Worms. But until I heard about that guy and he actually is blind, I'm like, do they have blind actors? I mean, I guess, but you wouldn't even think about it, right? People play a blind person.
The problem you have with it, though, Clobber, is you hire a person that's got a disability to play a character, but they're supposed to play them also before they have the disability.
Yeah, that's also a problem. Unless it's a character that was born that way, you're right. Now,
Echo loses her leg so young.
In the case of Matt Murdock, he was blinded as a kid,
Yeah.
Still, you still have the same problem with their logic. You're like, wait a minute now, Charlie Cox is not really blind, so somehow you guys are discriminating against blind people. Well, my question still stands.
Acting.
Well, no, they don't understand. Actor. They don't live in the real world. So my question to them would, in all earnest, I'm asking earnestly, are there blind actors?
Oh yeah, there are. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm naive because I've never really heard of one. I mean, name me a famous actor that's blind. I'll wait.
No, there's no one famous, but I've.
I'm
known for some show
I
that
guess
cast
it's possible.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you're a blind actor, could you play a sighted person? I'm not trying to be funny. I just don't get it.
Yeah, well, it's just
you play a sighted person?
Tom Sullivan is probably the best known blind actor singer.
Never heard of him. Okay.
Mark Singer played him in his biopic, If You Could See What I Hear.
Okay.
And which is funny because they got a seeing actor to play a blind guy. That was a real actor.
That's ableist of them. It's just insanity, though. So I would ask again, if there's a blind actor out there, could that blind actor play a sighted person?
No, not accurately.
So they can only play accurately play a blind person. Fine, incidentally, I don't care. I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to. I'm just saying, how often do you hear about that? So we know that Marlee Matlin was a deaf actress who became
right now. I read something that says Mila Kunis.
What about her?
Like the girl from that 70s show. She was blind in one eye for many years, and nobody knew. That's like the only one I could find.
From Stargate and other movies. He was partially blind. I can't remember how much, but
okay.
Yeah, but the point is, I mean, I didn't mind that, hey, so Echo in the comics is not, missing a leg, and then they incorporate that into the show, which is fine. I mean, that's because the actress happens to also be missing a leg, and of course we were talking about Gary's, Vindicated Inc. about the veteran missing a leg who becomes a vigilante. So
but there's a whole thing about it that he's hiding that.
Yeah, he's hiding it. He doesn't want her to know. And I
if
can't
you
wait
made
to
a
read
movie today, Gary. If you made a movie today and someone said, "Well, Gary," and you want to cast the best actor, and you pick somebody who actually is not missing a leg, you're going to hear some crap from some idiots. Go, wait a minute, that guy's not missing a leg, Gary. It's idiotic.
Well, in this position, though, I actually, because Kurt Yeager, the actor who plays him in the comic book, is he has a prosthesis, lost his leg in an accident, and he has first right of refusal if we do turn it into a TV show or film, because he's my partner in the project.
I understand that, but let's say that wasn't the case, and you were about to make a movie.
He could play somebody with a real leg.
He's an actor, right? Okay. I'm saying, but for sake of argument, if it wasn't him, and you were making a movie, right? You had the guy you wanted to make it, and he just happened to be a normal actor, an actor that didn't have that problem, and you wanted to cast him. Some jackass in Hollywood now would probably be saying, "Well, you can't cast him, Gary. He has both of his legs," and you'd want to smack the guy up in the side.
And you know what the answer is? The answer is
screw yourself.
It's called acting.
Yes. But
there you go. Yeah,
we're so crazy now. They got people that would actually tell you that probably.
Yep.
Yeah, like what for Rain Man? Would they have to have someone that was actually,
Yeah, they're like that.
That's.
I'm kidding.
What's the point of acting? Acting is supposed to be like a talent, or something you work hard at.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens.
Hopefully it'll cycle back. Pardon the pun with the motorcycle.
Right. It's not like they're canceling gingers too,
Yeah, watch out, Courtney. Yeah. Yeah, but hopefully
I'm a natural blonde, but I should say probably natural white.
That's right, Melted Copper. Patrick Stewart has working legs, and he played Professor X. That is just ableist.
Yeah,
they did that. It's insulting.
But but the only good thing about I love the motorcycle in the show, though riding without a front fender can be kind of messy, especially in the rain.
Let me ask you this: did you like the scene in the first episode where she leaves New York when the events that take place in Hawkeye? She's got a hole in her stomach the size of New Mexico because she's been stabbed or slashed, and she drives all the way from rides all the way from New York to Oklahoma with blood coming out of her the whole time.
Well, plus, and you're not on a super comfortable motorcycle too. I mean, cafe racer, it's not a racing bike.
Well, yes, in a limo for that long, you're gonna bleed out.
No, but but riding a motorcycle takes 100% attention, and you're uncomfortable after.
But she's
a long
bleeding
time.
out. Yeah,
and then throw in that she's bleeding out. I mean, my God.
So
no, I agree. Yeah.
And by the way, I shared the link with you in the private chat of the actor Dana. What is his name again?
Claire,
Dana Elker.
Yeah,
Elker.
I remember him. He went blind. He actually lost his eyesight. Yeah, he was on MacGyver. He still played the character.
Yep, he was able to still do his scenes, even though
they changed the character to blind. I think, right?
I don't recall.
They did. Yes,
no. What happened was he was sighted.
Yes.
And as a character. Then later, the gentleman actually went blind, and they changed his character that way too, didn't they?
Yeah, he said the fact that you're losing your eyesight does not mean you've forgotten how to act. The speech to the National Federation of the Blind. Yep. Yeah, they did make his character had the same affliction on MacGyver. Yep.
Yeah, so they changed
what I loved
character.
Was he plays the Russian in 2010. 2010.
Did you say MacGyver?
In Odyssey 2. He was really good.
Did I hear MacGyver?
Yes, you heard MacGyver.
Yep.
Whenever I hear that, my dad looks like
he was MacGyver's boss.
You want to know something interesting, guys? I've never watched any version of MacGyver.
I hate you. You were evil.
MacGyver's the best.
I'm just kidding. It was a fun show, though.
No,
it makes you try MacGyver things all the time, and then you mess up everything.
I loved him in Stargate, but I just never was like. I'm like paperclip and a straw. I'm out.
It was pretty silly. It was funny. It was so silly because he like MacGyver. You could tell they would get bored or strapped for stories, so they'd have him go out to Wendy's to get a snack, get a bite to eat, or go down to the grocery store and run into somebody that needs help from running from the mob or some kind of whatever hell that he needed to use this. That he would end up saving the. He was that show. Wow.
But and I just got to talk. We'll get out of here now, but I just got to mention the ending of the series. So, basically she's able to channel the power of all her ancestors, so she doesn't have the mimicking ability. So she can channel, and they're all right. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So she's got but only female ancestors, it seems, for some reason. And she's able
girls got to stick with the girls. That's how they make it. Not me.
Girl power. So she channels all the powers, and then everyone in the room with her, so like her Mima, is able to knock someone out. But as I was saying, I think on Clobberin Times channel, whenever I was talking about this the first time, it's not even an interesting fight scene. So like the grandmother punches someone out, and they could have made it fun or had the grandma toy with the person, because they've all got superpowers. So they basically were able to beat up everyone, and then she makes that one scene was good where she made Kingpin relive his terror at seeing his mom be abused, which is very important to the Kingpin character. But it was really only a few seconds. I said, well, that was interesting. But then basically she either, you don't really know what happens, but either she takes Kingpin's rage away or heals him somehow, so he's going to be a kinder, friendlier Kingpin. I don't know, but then the spoiler alert, which I don't think anyone cares about, Kingpin is going to run for mayor of New York City, because in the plane ride back, he sees a commercial, a news broadcast about running for, someone could step in right now and win. So of course, you had Kingpin as mayor of New York, and Echo is offered, I guess, all the reins to Kingpin's kingdom, but she basically just rides off into the sunset, and you don't even like her as a character in the end, which is the problem too. So, it was just so damn boring. And other than that little glimmer of that scene in that flashback with Kingpin, I guess him seeing the horror of his mom, and that's the whole origin of the Kingpin. He takes the hammer and he takes care of his dad, eliminates his father, of course, seeing what he's doing to his mother is understandable, but that's the genesis of the Kingpin. And but it's just so boring. So we got to get out of here, and we got to keep Gary awake and everyone awake here. But I want to thank
you. I got to do a show first thing in the morning, and I'm like,
oh, I know, I'm killing Gary. You could have left, Gary. We end up going.
You, man.
We end up going longer than famous last words. We have so much fun here on Sunday night, just riffing, and it was great to have you as a special guest. And let me put your, of course.
And I didn't mind that you had Courtney on at all.
You didn't mind that? Oh, that was good.
We don't mind you, Courtney.
Yeah, that's
except
good.
When you're muted like that.
Courtney knows I love her. She's a sweetheart.
I'm so confused with the microphone has a mute and I'm learning.
Yeah, I did that last week for Fortnite. I muted myself for like the first 5 minutes, and JT Kirk is like, "You're on mute. You're muted. We can't hear you." Yeah. So let me put Vindicated.
I just got lost on another, my screen did something where the tabs all separated, and I couldn't find how to get back.
You couldn't find the tab again. Yep, that happens too. Sometimes you're trying to find the tab. So
I feel like a doofus.
We're all doofuses, right? But
pretty much.
But thank you to Gary. That was really cool to find out more about Vindicated Inc. And I hope we got a few. Oh, we didn't get anyone to back the book, but that's okay. It was a lot of fun, and at least if you could spread the word. We had the biggest crowd ever for Sunday Night Geekery. So Gary is booked for the next 50 weeks on the show. But and I want to thank Tom from Midnight's Edge, because I think we got a Midnight's Edge raid here tonight. So that's probably why there were so many people. We had over 100 people awesome. At one point. So much appreciated. Thank you,
100
everyone.
people in here? I haven't even noticed. Jeez.
Yeah. And usually I try not to notice it, but we got nice big crowd tonight, which is great for Vindicated. So I want to thank Melted Copper for hanging out with us tonight. I'll go scroll through real quick here. Mars Monkey Max, JT Kirk, Chief Shadow 1750, Mizu, Don Ranger Power. Of course, thank you for being here, Courtney. I'm going through the chat here, and of course, Clobberin Times. And of course, Pat S was here earlier, and the great Maddie's Daddy Steve Mitchum. Let's see. We had a ton of people here tonight, so and it's late, so I can't call everyone out, but appreciate all the new people here. So yeah, if you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Lemon Pie was here.
Oh, Lemon Pie, yeah.
Yeah, let's see who's active in the chat.
Just remember, lemon pie is just another form of cream pie.
Uh-oh.
RobAltis. I'm getting hungry now, yeah. Jamalama was here. Mars Monkey Max. Lisa, and of course, JT Kirk. Let's see who else was. I need the scrolling music. Lisa. And well, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to play my thank you. And if I missed you, that's because it's we've been on for 4 hours and 28 seconds, and people have got to get to bed. But let me play my thank you to my channel members and Patreons here. So I want to thank everyone there, and I think that should cover it. I always hate missing people. We can't do the long call tonight, but everyone go spread the word on Vindicated. And what you got, Gary? You've got a show coming up in the morning on Pop Culture Minefield, right?
Yep, Military Monday. We're going to be doing I just forgot the name of the film. Battle Los Angeles.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a cool one. I like that one. Yep. So check that out in the morning. There's Gary's link there. Pop Culture Minefield, awesome channel. So check that out. Courtney, you're doing a random stream now and then, or what have you been up to? Oh, was Courtney
muted? You're muted.
Courtney, yeah, Courtney. I'm not ever make fun of someone for muting because I was mute.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be the most like
either you're muted or I went deaf.
Echo.
Yeah, I do have plans for another show that I'm going to be starting, but right now I've got a lot of IRL stuff going on, so I can't believe I said it that way in real life. But yeah, you can see me here on Sundays. You can see me on Mondays on that 70s rock fans show. It's only talk. It's always talk. Only talk and roll. Oh my gosh, if I could talk.
Is he doing a show tomorrow? I know he was having.
No, we're not having a show tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he saw that. I saw that. Yeah, no show tomorrow.
Yeah,
there's 70s channel.
And that show's a lot of fun. We do music and movies, and that's a really fun show. And then I've been doing random live streams, and I have a lot of shorts that I need to upload. That's why I posted one of my shorts up there, but I have more like that I need to get to business with. So
very cool.
Yeah, that's it.
And Clobbering Times, what you got going on Monday night?
I'll be on J-Man, of course, tonight at 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern. He and Sean and I will continue as we do 3 Mondays out of the month, our Legion of Superheroes reviews. And then, of course, I'll be on my own show tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Well, tonight, I should say Monday night. What on Marc D Comics Talk? Just talk some comics, do a few random comics reviews, and all the other shows for the rest of the week.
Awesome. Yep. So check out Clobbering Times, the best comic book guy on the interwebs.
Cobby is very fun. Like Cobby, I'm going to compliment you for a second. He's really like entertaining to listen to. Even like I learned so much. Like I didn't know. I like independent comics. I don't know a lot about like the older comics and stuff, and I actually like get really into listening to you talk about it. So.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're a show for anybody. You really are. You don't have to be into comics. So.
And we do Saturday. Well, we got Saturday Night Star Trek.
Star Trek too. Yeah.
Yeah, we got our Blake Sevens we do on Thursday nights in the clubhouse. We have all kind of fun. Thank you, Courtney. You're too kind.
Well, it's the truth. So thank you.
Yep. And I'll do my shameless plug here. So, of course, I'm on Toxic Tuesday on Nick Weiser's channel. So everyone check that out. We have a fun time, and Gary's always a blast to hang out with on that show. And you've been there a lot more lately, which is awesome. And once in a while, Clobbering Times will pop in there, and we have Courtney. You should come on that show. We got to get
Nick has
more
told
female
me.
representation.
Nick has told me.
Such a sausage party.
When you guys are doing a movie that I'm really into, I will definitely chime in because I hang with the boys anyway. So
yeah, we had X-Ray Girl on for Rambo, so
was
we got to
cool.
keep that up with some female representation on our show.
Yeah.
Especially redheads. We got to save the redheads. So, but I do a lot of 3D printing. So if you'd like a 3D printed Planet Eater, that's my 3D print painted version of that one. So there's the link in there. Check that out. And there's also a Christmas ornament version where you could buy one for next year. But been having fun.
You got to figure out how to get a light in there.
I could do that with a light. Yeah, I could make a version where it's split, and then you could just maybe that'll be the next one. Yeah, and then put an LED in there. Battery powered LEDs are so easy to do these days. So.
Yeah, it's so awesome.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yep, I'll have to add that on the list. But so check that out, and yeah, it was great having such a nice group of people here watching us tonight. So it's always appreciated. Really enjoy hanging out with everyone. So everyone have a great, fantastic week. If you have the day off tomorrow, enjoy it. If you don't have the day off because you're police, fire, someone who's got to be at work, you're much appreciated as well too. So Gary, yeah, it was great hang with you. And I'm gonna put my overlay up here. There we go. Oh, that's the old one with Godzilla. I got Vindicated up on the new one. But everyone have a great week, and really appreciate everyone being here and hanging out with us on Sunday Night Geekery. Take care, everyone.
Yeah.
Fun storming the castle.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.